Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the U.S. Transhumanist Party Virtual Enlightenment Salon of April 18th, 2021. My name is Gennady Stoliarov II, and I am the chairman of the United States Transhumanist Party. We have with us today a distinguished panel of U.S. Transhumanist Party officers and members, including our Director of Applied Innovation, David Shoemaker, our Director of Visual Art, Art Ramon Garcia, our Director of Scholarship, Dan Elton, and our members, Jason Geringer and Brent Ellman. And with us today, we have a special guest. Andrés Gómez Emilsson has a master's degree in computational psychology from Stanford University and a professional background in graph theory, statistics, and affective science. Andrés was also the co-founder of the Stanford Transhumanist Association and first place winner of the Norway Math Olympiad. His work at the Qualia Research Institute includes algorithm design, neurotechnology development, and mapping and studying the computational properties of consciousness. So we look forward to having quite a fruitful and multifaceted discussion on qualia, consciousness, some applications to longevity and the pursuit of longer life, greater health. So welcome, Andrés. We're quite pleased to have you with us today. Why don't you tell us a bit about the Qualia Research Institute and the kinds of projects that it is pursuing?
Yeah, definitely. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, so I mean, the Qualia Research Institute, we've got the shirt here. It's it's a nonprofit, basically, studying consciousness. It's kind of I understand there might be, obviously some kind of a skepticism. How is it possible, a group of people, kind of even like outside of academia gathering together in order to study consciousness? How could they possibly be doing something that is, tractable and useful, actually advancing the field? And, I obviously, it's the burden of proof is on me, and I totally understand that. But yeah, so like roughly speaking, the thing that we care about at the very core is valence, basically what makes an experience feel good or bad. And in our worldview, basically that is a mathematical property of actually what ultimately we think will amount to a mathematical object, which is what, in a sense, consciousness maps onto. Now, kind of like this is a very big task. There's like a lot of models already, definitely in academia, in neuroscience, that range from things such as, hey, like pleasure has something to do with serotonin in the brain. Other kind of accounts might be something like, hey, it's like the pleasure centers is where the essence of pleasure is. And yet other accounts, maybe more on the algorithmic side, they might think of like, information compression, or for example, reinforcement learning, something like that is what a pleasure is ultimately made of. Whereas we actually take what you might describe as a patternistic approach, which is based on this premise called Valence structuralism. We basically claim that what makes an experience feel good or bad is actually its shape, and that there are very, very recognizable patterns of basically how ecstatic experiences look and the sort of properties that they hold, ranging all the way from, for example, jhanas, which are like these very advanced stages of meditation, to, for example, how it feels like for example, experience like 5-MeO-DMT, a super powerful psychedelic, and things like orgasm and other types of like meditation. They all share kind of like a certain type of signature, which is, people describe them as like very, very harmonious and consonant, which is something that currently stands in a very kind of like qualitative level of description. But we have reason to believe there's actually a unifying mathematical framework that connects them together. Anyhow, that's kind of the big picture, what we're doing. And, in practice, we're basically doing things on kind of 3 layers, which is philosophy of mind. Actually, we have a theory of consciousness that, in some sense, we think can tackle things such as the hard problem of consciousness. I know it's very hard to believe, but I could go into that if there's interest. Then also neuroscience, with cutting edge models for how to analyze neuroimaging data sets. In particular, we explore this entire family of models that are related to the connectome specific harmonic wave analysis, where we model the brain essentially as something that has like harmonic modes and states of consciousness as combinations, weighted sums of harmonic modes. And lastly, neurotechnology, which ultimately will cash out in things such as better longevity, hopefully, which is, basically applying all of these insights into how to actually interface with the nervous system in order to make it healthier at a faster rate than the current technologies that we have. So anyway, that's a lot of information. I feel like, maybe there's one more thing I'll mention to kind of like bridge this with the kind of interests that I'm sure a lot of the listeners have, which is, was one of the co-founders of the Stanford Transhumanist Association, together with Faust Whale. And I remember actually listening to your talk, I think like Gennady and Transhumanist Visions. It was like, I don't know, it must have been like 2013 or something like that.
2014, when I presented Death is Wrong.
Oh, there you go. Yes, absolutely. I really like that. That was awesome. I still have the book around here. So one of the ways in which, I've been kind of like really sold on the vision of transhumanism is one way in which David Pierce frames it, which is the triple S society that we should pursue, which is one that has super happiness, super and super intelligence, and ultimately for a utopia, a really, really good life. I think we definitely should aim for the three of them. Then of course the question is, well, if it's a bootstrapping problem, where should we put our kind of like energies first? And I think like there's a strong case for actually focusing each of them separately. My particular focus is super happiness, but ultimately, the final goal is actually a triple S society. So I just wanted to mention that.
Mm-hmm. Super happiness, super longevity, and super intelligence. Well, I think every one of us in the transhumanist movement would be delighted to live in a society that makes all three of those possible. It is indeed an interesting question as to what sequence of steps will get us there. And as you pointed out, research never proceeds along a kind of monolithically linear sequence. A lot of researchers are doing a lot of work in parallel, and one of the purposes of gatherings like this one is to determine how these various strands of research intersect and what they can contribute to one another. So I think this is a great opportunity to do that. Now, I'd like to start this conversation with a bit of a fundamental question, especially because of the name of the Qualia Research Institute. And there is a lot of debate about qualia and how much we can know about them objectively. And I am actually of the school of thought that does recognize an objective reality as well as the ability of the human organism to perceive that reality in an objective manner. That doesn't mean we necessarily see every aspect of it. We don't have the ability to directly see ultraviolet or infrared radiation, for instance, whereas some creatures do. Mm-hmm. So it's dependent on our biological makeup. But say the simplest example would be with regard to perceptions of color along the visible light spectrum. So in my background here, there is this very nice geometric image that contains a lot of different colors, different shades of red, orange, yellow. And I think different people looking at different polygons here might associate different colors with them. Like they might say of one polygon, well, this is red, whereas another person might say this is orange. My contention is, though, if both of these people are not impaired in any way, if they're not colorblind, if they don't have any other genetic or acquired abnormalities, even though they may associate different names with the color of a particular polygon, they're actually seeing the same color. It's just culturally or linguistically or through experience, they have different associations. So I might say this is red, you might say this is orange, but we're seeing the same thing because we have similar physical perceptual faculties, and those similarities, at least they're similar enough, enable us to essentially see the same reality and have that shared aspect of our experience. Now, if one of us were augmented to be, say, like a bat or some other creature that can see a broader spectrum of colors, then we'll have different physical experiences. But as long as our physical structures are similar enough, what we see will pretty much be the same. What do you think of this argument?
Definitely, it's a very big question, and there's a lot to say about this for sure. Actually, I would probably say two things, and they're like related. But I mean, the first one is to point out that there does seem to be kind of an extra step in a sense when you have, in a sense, the structure of the input. Obviously, what is the spectral power distribution of the light around us, and so on, and then how that gets mapped onto qualia space. And it's not immediately obvious that mapping would be the same for everybody. And just to give a kind of like an example of this is, people experience cilantro in a very different way, and actually depends on, the particular mutations for particular receptors that detect, I believe, aldehyde molecules. So for some people, like 15% of the population, cilantro tastes like soap. And, for the rest of people, it's a pretty benign, like little herb. So that's just kind of like one example of like, hey, like in this tiny corner of, possible experiences, we have a pretty remarkable difference just based on genetics. And, it could very well be that genes that influence the eyes could be the same between two persons, but the genes that influence, the gene expression for the neurons that ultimately implement color qualia might be different, in which case perhaps you would have, very similar censoring apparatus, but a very different actually mapping of qualia. So in fact, I would say that for this type of problem, we actually require a kind of a very case-by-case examination and understanding what are the properties of different qualia spaces that would make it possible, for like different mappings to kind of like sneak in without us realizing that actually the mapping is different. And I do suspect with color, we probably do experience very similar colors. But this is for like some deep reasons having to do with the state space of color, that it does have some structure that a lot of people don't necessarily realize, but it's discernible once you look into it. So actually the logo of QRI kind of alludes to this to a large extent, which is that a lot of people think there's like three primary colors. I know this sounds like a, revisiting, I don't know, elementary school or something like that, but no, there's like a very genuine insight here. So a lot of people think of, three primary colors, RGB, some people change one of those so that it can be for like mixing paints, for example, or the, magenta, cyan, green for like printing, like, but in a sense, the fact that you can have kind of these different types of primary colors suggests that either, there's no true primary colors in color space, or alternatively, it's kind of like, you can pick any three of them maybe as a basis. And the answer is neither. Actually, this is going to sound strange, but I think it's true. There's actually four primary colors. And those four primary colors are blue, yellow, red, and green, which would actually correspond to the kind of like the four, vertical and horizontal corners here. And then there's like four secondary colors, which is what you get in the quadrants. So that would be orange, purple, kind of like bluish green and greenish yellow. And the reason why this is the true state space is that if you do this thing called just noticeable differences, which is a particular type of psychophysics study in psychology, where basically you get people to identify what are colors that are just barely distinguishable with each other. And if you use that as the kind of like the unit, the distance, it turns out that all of the colors are arranged in this three-dimensional Euclidean space, which does have these discernible axes. So it's actually something that you can find empirically, but it actually takes quite a bit of work. And likewise, we think that, for pretty much every other qualia variety, with a technique such as just noticeable differences, we can actually map the state spaces of these qualia varieties. Now, yes, in the case of color, one of the reasons why I do suspect we do experience the same color is because there is this quality called purity, which is how actually mixed two colors are with, like, let's say, like, yellow is a very pure color, whereas like orangey yellow is not a very pure color, because it seems it's kind of like yellow but slightly modified. And in this sense, the fact that we do identify the same kind of stimuli as having equal purity does suggest that the mapping is the same. So anyway, this is a very roundabout way of saying I do suspect for color we actually experience very similarly, but it may not be the case for things like smells and touch sensations and so on. It's a case-by-case basis.
Interesting. And I do think this is quite fascinating, because some of our commonplace intuitions or logical deductions from everyday experience turn out to be generally correct, but there is a more intricate framework behind them that explains why they're correct, and there could also be certain exceptions to the rule. Optical illusions, for instance, are among them, and I find them to be fascinating in that regard. For instance, there are images, static images, that actually look like they're moving, even though they are completely static. And I've had a print made of a sphere that looks like it rotates when one stands in a particular position. And it is completely not any sort of screen that I've connected to a computer. It's just a static metal print that I have hanging in my living room. But I do think it's quite fascinating that even though one knows intellectually this is static, one still perceives it as being in motion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the other thing to remark is, yeah, basically this concept of indirect realism about perception. Maybe I'll mention something briefly, which is that, I mean, there's obviously a lot of talk about, are we in a computer simulation in transhumanist circles? I mean, personally, I don't think that's the case, but it's very much true that we are in a simulation. In our particular model, it would be a simulation generated by our brain. But how far the simulation goes is actually really surprising. Like it constantly surprises me when I actually really fully remember just how extensive the simulation is, which is that, even the furthest you can see in the horizon, when you're at a park or like in the savannah, you see way up into the horizon. And well, all of that is still a part of your world simulation. Like all of that is being simulated inside of your brain. So like even the feeling of looking at infinity, that is still part of your world simulation. A particular author that has made some really wonderful depictions of this really strange fact is called Stephen Lehar. And I highly recommend a particular comic actually that he wrote that's called Cartoon Epistemology. And the cool thing is that he kind of like draws the shape of our world simulation, and it's actually kind of like a diorama. Like it has this property that we can represent infinity as kind of this like projective point at the end of our simulation, but it's actually finite. So we're representing things that look infinite using a finite kind of like scale model of the world, and that's what we are. I mean, so in a sense, a lot of kind of like really puzzling things like visual illusions, in some sense, make kind of sense in here, because obviously the thing that is moving is not the poster outside, obviously, is actually the poster inside your world simulation, which is inside kind of this diorama shaped little bubble world, so to speak. But yeah, it's stunning that part of the functioning of our world simulation is the belief that we are directly accessing the world around us. And that's just kind of like built in into the hardware. So it's very difficult to shake off that illusion, so to speak.
And I think this will be an interesting topic to delve into a bit later on. In particular, to what extent does that simulation enable us to connect with the world as it is? And if so, through what pathways? While on the other hand, what other pathways may be illusory or may get us stuck in some suboptimal space when it comes to perceiving the world as it is, or at least getting a close enough approximation to enable us to function successfully within it. So Now, Dan, you have some questions for Andrés. Feel free to proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the way I've used some of the work you're doing is kind of like extending the idea of neural correlates of consciousness to neural correlates of qualia. Is that a large part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know a while. I'm really curious on. I know you have a lot of theories, and Michael Johnson has put forth the symmetry theory of valence and all these things, and I think that's great. But I'm curious about what kind of progress you've made so far on the experimental side. And I know a few years ago we met, talked briefly, and you mentioned you're interested in using fMRI, but you know, it's hard to get access to an fMRI, I would imagine, if you're not an academic researcher with large NIH grants. So you just mentioned neurotech, and we see a lot of exciting developments in neurotech. For instance, Kernel has this amazing new device which uses infrared lasers to peer into the brain. So I'm really curious what kind of plans you have on the experimental side to test some of these interesting theories and then find correlates of different conscious states.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, this is just like really, really cool because, I mean, yeah, definitely. I think like in EA Global, 2017 or 2018 and so on. Yeah, I mean, a lot of like the things that we were talking about is like, there's like this really exciting theory. We need, the high quality fMRI data of people in exotic states of consciousness to test it. And, and I think like probably for a lot of people, that's kind of like the snapshot they have of the Qualia Research Institute. It's like maybe they're in the perpetual search for data or something like that. Well, the answer is, actually we do have data nowadays, which is really, really exciting. We've just like, basically formed really good partnerships with like neuroscience labs from universities. I don't think many of them are like public. So I'm sure some of them are, but not all of them. So I should probably not say anything without like checking first. But the answer is like, we do currently have quite a bit of data of people on MDMA, on LSD, and on Janus, which are like these like very high-end meditation states, and all of them including rapture and valence ratings. And we are basically analyzing the data, which takes forever because these are like actually huge computational processes. But I mean, within a year or so, we expect to publish results. Like, so I'm not going to go into the specific.
That's really fascinating. Could you tell us? I know I know it's all like kind of pre-publication stuff that you may not want to divulge, but could you tell us what kind of like neuroimaging modalities or BCI technologies you're looking at?
Yeah, for sure. So it's I mean, primarily fMRI, as long as they also have like tractography, which allows you to basically look at the actual connectome and then model the harmonic modes of the connectome, and then basically with this probabilistic model infer what is the most likely weighted sum of harmonics for a particular fMRI slice. And so it's kind of actually, it's a lot of requirements to do this research, right? Like you need like the tractography, which not every researcher does that or has it ready, so to speak. You need the fMRI in real time while the person was in an altered state. And then you also need valence ratings. You need people to, know, to tell you, like, are they having a good time or not? Just because you gave somebody 200 micrograms of LSD, who knows if they're having a good time or not? It's completely underdetermined. It could be really good, it could be really bad. So the valence ratings too, and it's kind of like the Venn diagram of that. You end up having like, well, there's not that many labs that actually have all that information, but we've just been like really lucky, and we now have like quite a few data points that actually meet all of that criteria. One more case I was forgetting to mention is also religious ecstasy, which is Yeah, basically Pentecostals are, speaking in tongues, kind of like ecstatic. I mean, there's obviously the question, what does it mean to be in that state of consciousness if they talk about like being in contact with God and whatnot, but it's pretty obviously the case that they are in very high valence, ecstatic, psychedelic like states of consciousness. And yeah, there's also like fMRI of that. So
another question that comes up is what you mean when you talk about say modes. You talk about how you may have very symmetric modes of activation. And I was curious, is that, the way I would interpret that is you're talking about synchronized neural firing. Is that correct, or is it something else? So when you talk about these concepts of symmetry and modes, to me it's kind of like too abstract. So I'd like to know, like, what is this actually mapping onto physically?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, at least with the connectum specific harmonic modes, the harmonic waves, the thing that you're ultimately mapping is actually like waves of like electric potential going up and down in the brain. And well, they will look like these like traveling waves. And there's like animations on YouTube. I'm happy to provide a link for it. And ultimately, a moment of experience would be a weighted sum of those. So if you consider the Chladni plates, where basically you have a metallic square, and you put sand on it, and you make it vibrate at specific frequencies, you get like basically the standing wave pattern arise. And likewise, you can paint pictures with that. If you're selecting different combinations of frequencies, the standing wave shape will be different, and you can, in some sense, have a compression algorithm where you take a picture and then with as few frequencies as possible, you try to replicate it using a weighted sum of the Chladni plates. So, it sounds kind of crazy, but yeah, I mean, in this picture, even when you're totally sober.
But it maps onto, I mean, fundamentally, it maps onto neural firing and patterns of maybe sub threshold voltages. I just want to.
Just to clarify here, it maps onto like kind of this like statistical notion of like neurons firing. It's not so much about like this neuron in particular fire or not, but it's rather in this area, what percentage of neurons fired such that they would have an aggregate effect on the field. And, ultimately, obviously this gets into the weeds of, okay, what does consciousness really map onto, but in some sense, the thing that we might care about the most when it comes to the overall state of consciousness is the local field potentials, which is actually the shape of the electromagnetic field rather than the individual neurons. Like the individual neurons probably do matter for things such as like clamping on a high level pattern, whether you're seeing faces or not. But, the overall mood of the experience, we think is much more having to do with the actual just what is the shape of the local field potentials.
Well, there's, so I just want to, explain to the viewers that, this is really not that far removed from where neuroscience is right now. So when I first heard about Qualia Research Institute and I heard you guys talking about symmetry and waves, symmetry and resonance and modes and stuff, it was at such an abstract level. It sounded a little bit kooky to me, and because there's a lot of like pseudoscientific people who are always talking about resonance, resonance and waves and stuff. But I want to just point out to the viewers that what Qualia Research is doing is actually, it's kind of like not that far removed from conventional neuroscience, because there's a lot we don't understand about the brain. And so, for instance, when you talk about the electric fields, it's quite possible that sub-threshold fields have some effect, and they're finding these in these compartment models that local fields can be very, even within a neuron can possibly be doing computations, sending information just within a neuron. The other thing is there's research now, I forget where they're doing this, but what they showed that people under who are in extreme meditative states have a sort of enhanced default mode network, which I don't fully understand what that means, but it has something to do with synchronized firing at lower frequencies. And the brain is full of synchronized firing activity at different frequencies, and it's been known. You have the alpha waves, beta waves, theta waves, and those correspond to different states of consciousness, different states of attention. So the way I view Qualia research is it's not that it's going off in a new direction. It is it is sort of pushing the boundary, but it's not that far removed from neuroscience.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, no, I would definitely agree.
And I just want to, I just want to explain that. And anyway, I'll let other people ask questions at this stage.
All right, so we do have some interesting questions from the audience. Since we are talking about Qualia, I'll bring in this question from Zipporah Naomi Pico, who asks, is that a snake, a harp, and boots in that painting behind you, Andrés? Because she just sees essentially a small image where you can see the entire painting. So what does that painting actually depict?
Oh, it's an elephant. It's an elephant.
Yes, I see the elephant now, and you have this lamp in front of it that kind of obscures one half of its face. But it's interesting how seeing an incomplete and low resolution version of that image, she could come up with a very different interpretation.
Yes, it's a rushed picture until you realize it's an elephant. Yes.
Very interesting. And if you happen to have some sort of photograph of it or any sort of image of it online, I think it would be fascinating to share it in the YouTube chat. I can do that once you relay it to us, just so that our audience can see the image the way you would see it. But yes, I think this is an object lesson of some of the topics that we have been discussing. Now, we also have a comment from Super Fin Guy, perhaps a bit of a critique, but I wonder what your thoughts are in response to this. He says, counting brain waves is like brain cells. Consciousness is the software, not the hardware. So what do you think of that statement?
Yeah, definitely. So, okay. You could divide theories of consciousness into three camps. There's many ways of dividing theories of consciousness. I should mention that, but there's one that I think is pretty illuminating, which is, in a sense, where is consciousness in Mars levels of analysis? So just a very quick kind of explanation here. Mars levels of analysis come from David Marr, a really famous, MIT cognitive neuroscientist, and basically he says, any system, information processing system, can be described in kind of like three different emphases, or three different kind of like levels of analysis by how abstract they are. So the first one is the computational, which is basically what is it doing? What is the input-output mapping? What kind of problem is the system solving? The second one is the algorithmic level, which is, what are the actual, kind of pseudocode steps by which the information is being handled? What kind of internal representations are you actually producing, and so on. And the third one is the implementation level, which is like, okay, at the fundamental physical level, how are you implementing this? Is it with biological neurons? Is this with transistors, or so on and so forth? And, different theories of consciousness would say the form being boundary is kind of located in different parts of this hierarchy. So for example, behaviorism, right? Like they only care about the input-output mapping. They would say, yes, consciousness happens at the computational level. It's really just, from the point of view of an outside observer, like, are you reinforcing behaviors or not? And, we're obviously past the behaviorism. We kind of like cognitive science has caught up to the fact that, actually the algorithmic processes that are going on in the brain also really do matter. The inner state matters, not only the input-output mapping. And that led to, basically this notion called functionalism. And basically that is the claim that consciousness is actually the algorithm, and is what I suspect you're probably referring when you say consciousness is the software, like the brainwaves don't matter, or, whatever it may be. Now, at QRI, we actually argue against functionalism, and we do so with fairly novel arguments. So it's not that functionalism really has like that good of a critique out there in the world. For the most part, I would absolutely concede that functionalism is what smart people tend to believe in. It's a smart person view, and it's in that sense, yes, it's really compelling. But we think there's actually also really compelling reasons why ultimately you cannot understand consciousness without the implementation level of analysis. And the one very big reason, there are many, but the very, very big reason from my point of view is that you cannot explain the unitary nature of consciousness by just looking at the algorithmic level of analysis. That is to say, the fact that you're experiencing a unified moment of experience with a lot of information, encoded in qualia values in your world simulation, that is something that doesn't emerge algorithmically, at least not from a classical kind of implementation of an algorithm. You require at some level, something that actually has the mechanism of action that allows information to come together as a unit. And ultimately, something like topologically segmented out, or topological bifurcations of the electromagnetic field may have the sort of ability to meet the criteria that we want out of a theory of consciousness, including why do natural boundaries around each moment of experience arise? Well, we believe is a topological property of the electromagnetic field. It comes down to that, which is something I don't think you can do with the algorithmic level. I could go into many other reasons why functionalism doesn't work. If you're very interested, read this article called Against Functionalism by Mike Johnson in opentheory.net. And that has, basically the summary of all the reasons why we think it's incomplete.
I'd like to just make a comment and then get Andres' response, because I think this is another interesting aspect of Qualia Research Institute, which is that they are not functionalists. You are formalists. Is that the right?
Yeah, formalists and physicalists. Yeah,
physicalists, and actually that's the view that. So when I first started studying or learning about consciousness, it was many years ago when I was an undergraduate, and that was the view that I sort of resonated with, but I didn't have a good way of defending it. It just sort of was intuitively made sense to me. The main proponent I was aware of was John Searle, but it didn't seem like he didn't really present a good argument for it. He said his view was that the consciousness requires certain physical components. It's not just purely algorithmic. It's not substrate independent. It requires a certain type of substrate arranged in a certain way. That resonated with me, but I had no really way of defending it. But recently I read this book called Permutation City. And I'm not sure if you've heard of that, but it's one of the earliest books dealing with uploading. And there's a really interesting passage in this book where a guy is uploaded into the cloud, right? And there's another guy who's a normal person, quote, outside. And he gets the permission of the uploaded character to do an experiment. And in this experiment, they freeze his algorithm, the code that's running, and they distribute it over different computers that are all over the world. So it's running different parts of the algorithm are running asynchronously, basically, on different computers all over the world. And they do a number of these experiments where they slow down the algorithm, they distribute it, different parts of the algorithm over different computers, all these different experiments. And the claim that the character says that he doesn't notice any difference. So the experimenter has the character count to 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. And the uploaded character, he can't tell what's going on. Every time he counts to 10, it just feels exactly the same to him. It doesn't matter whether the computation was done on a single computer or distributed over a million computers or sliced and diced. And to me, like, that doesn't, basically a functionalist would have to swallow that and say, yeah, that's how it would be. It's substrate independent. The algorithm, it doesn't matter how you run the algorithm, it always feels the same from the inside. I have trouble swallowing that. So yeah, I think you're really onto something with this this idea that you actually do have to look at the substrate. And I'm wondering if you've written more about this, because it's something I think needs to be more in the intellectual kind of milieu or intellectual air right now.
Yeah, no, it's huge, and yeah, that's a great example. And I mean, to reiterate, I was a proponent of functionalism for many years, and I really empathize with the bullet biting. Like, hey, like we've come to the end of our reasoning of what consciousness could be, and it has to be this. There's just no alternative. So let's just bite the bullet and and go for it. And honestly, I mean, that's the attitude prevalent in the transhumanist community. Again, I have nothing against that, because the arguments against functionalism usually are pretty terrible. Like when people talk about, like, well, because consciousness must be a soul or something like that, like it can't be an algorithm, like I bite my tongue, so to speak. Like, that's not very convincing. I also, when it comes to Searle, it's I've read his books, and it's fascinating because, like, I agree with his conclusions, and I agree with the thought experiments, but not with his arguments. His arguments are just so uncompelling on so many levels. When he says things like, consciousness is kind of like a function of the brain, just as whatever the kidney does is like a function of the kidney. He has like that sort of analogy, and it's like, that's not very convincing. But when it comes to, for example, permutation CD, and you have like this map, you can distribute somewhere else in the world a particular computation in your brain. With functionalism, that should work totally fine. And I would say, like, even with our theory in physicalism, it might work, but you still would have to take care of the mechanism of action for binding. And it may be possible that, like, there's physical constraints around it. I mean, similar to how, like, topological shapes in the electromagnetic field, they kind of actually require to be like spatially compact, or otherwise the topological dynamics don't work. So there might be actually constraints that prevent, that sort of kind of distributed consciousness. But at the same time, it may be an engineering problem. I do very much think, though, that like writing an algorithm that convinces humans that they're conscious is a lot easier than to actually generate conscious entities. On the flip side, if you do use consciousness for computation, I would expect a lot of big speedups in particular computational tasks, especially those that require sort of like holistic computation, which is ultimately the reason why consciousness, we believe, was recruited by natural selection. But that, for example, the valence function, the fact that you can tell right away how good or bad you feel, and then act upon that. Like there's actually a computational speed up. Like the fact that your consciousness works holistically, Lehar would use the metaphor of kind of a water 6 level, like that within your consciousness when you're trying to maximize your valence. It's kind of this holistic process where, any aspect of your consciousness will influence every other aspect. And that seeking level is a holistic effect. And, evolution would have a reason to use that for computation. It just accelerates computation. I believe Zach has a question. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Andres. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hey, so my question is, you've used the term valence multiple times. Jason and I are actually part of a little group exploring a theory of mind that has to do with Plutchik valences. With Robert Plutchik's 8, I wrote them down here. They were anticipation, joy, trust, fear, surprise, sadness, disgust, and anger. So I guess I was wondering, what when you use the term valence, are you referencing something similar, or are there different categories, or how does that work? How are you using the term?
Yeah, fantastic, excellent question. Yeah, so valence is a very high level term, and like it really maps on to like in aggregate as a whole, how good or bad is your experience. And the thing is, like, there are many ways in which an experience can feel good and many ways in which it can feel bad. I mean, a very simple example is it's important to contrast between, for example, a completely neutral experience, like listening to white noise at a very high volume. Just it kind of feels blah, like indifference, as opposed to, for example, feeling both ecstatic and in pain at the same time. Like, for example, you're at a concert, but also your girlfriend just broke up with you, but it's the best song ever. So it's like this very mixed experience. They both, you could say, have like the same net valence, in that like both persons would say, like, in aggregate, I kind of feel like neutral, but the texture is actually super different between the two.
Well, I'm curious how it would have to be that way, because I believe just a minute ago we were talking about our primary colors of red, blue, and green, and I guess we can put them in aggregate and maybe make white and say, okay, that's brighter and that's darker. But isn't that kind of lessening the effect that each one has, and maybe oversimplifying it a little bit?
Oh, well, it is an oversimplification if that's the only data that you have. It ultimately does matter. So the very big reason why to care for the net valence ultimately comes down to the question of, do you want to continue exist or not? Because, if every future moment of your life is going to be like negative valence, guaranteed, it's probably not a life worth living. Like there's that type of consideration. But, if you actually want to improve our lives, if you actually want to diagnose problems, we do need a high resolution understanding of valence. And what we're doing is ultimately, actually trying to find a high resolution theory of valence that then it can be used to calculate the net valence. And I'll just give the kind of paradigm or the framework here, which is make the analogy with consonants in music. You can have electronic music that is beautifully consonant, let's say kind of this ambient, beautifully made kind of like ambient electronic, can be extremely consonant. You could also listen to Mozart and it's going to be extremely consonant, or Bach. The point is that there's many solutions, many ways of arranging, sounds to produce the same level of consonance, but the texture is very different in all of those cases. Similarly, there's many ways you can produce dissonance, and there's many ways you can produce aggregates where like the sound is both consonant and dissonant in different parts of the spectrum. And like all of that is, very rich information. I mean, in the end, how we describe sounds at QRI is what is the spectrum of consonants, like where in the spectrum is this consonant, then what is the spectrum of dissonance, what is the spectrum of noise. And that is the kind of like the fingerprint. That would be the hedonic fingerprint. It's like this tells you like where does it hurt? where does it feel good? But then it does come down to like, well, in aggregate, how pleasant or unpleasant it is. Because like maybe for like, an artistic experience. Like very dissonant sounds can be really interesting, and there's a whole conversation to be had there. But let's say if you're listening to a sound while trying to fall asleep, actually you do kind of want it to be not dissonant, right? Like listening to kind of a construction jackhammer, like 24/7, like it's going to impair your mental health like severely. Like any dissonant sound that is persistent and you can't turn off is very bad for your for your mental health.
So this dissonance would be different areas, that one is high, one is low. So even though in the aggregate it's one certain way, but the dissonance is too much of a variation between two extremes.
Yeah, exactly. So just a super quick example, like you could walk to a house where there's like this very low frequency rumbling sound, or maybe go to a house that there's this very high pitch, like dissonant, like tone. Both would be equally annoying. Or you could set up the volume so that they're both equally annoying. The point is that you can transform ultimately, this rich information about your hedonic state to a final value of like, are you having a good time or not? And
okay, then that brings me to the last sort of section of my question here is in your research then and studying these, how do you quantify these states? 0 to 10, -10 to 10?
Ooh, yes, this is a huge rabbit hole, but yes, it depends. I mean, I do use a scale 0 to 10 for valence. In many of our studies, we have used it, but it is tricky. And like one thing to mention is this is both good and bad. This is a very bad news and very good news at the same time. But basically what we have found is that valence is best understood as a logarithmic scale. So like when somebody says they are like like the difference between like 9 out of 10 pain and 10 out of 10 pain is much higher than the difference between 1 out of 10 pain and 2 out of 10 pain. So in some sense, like the extremes is where most of the hedonic value is actually concentrated on. So basically, I mean, this opens up a whole thing, but it's that what we're trying to achieve at QRI, you can really kind of divide it into other 3 ways of breaking it down, which is reducing negative extremes. Is like, hey, once you understand that these scales are logarithmic, it turns out like the worst pains are actually orders of magnitude worse than you can imagine. So it's really important to actually prevent those. And I have a couple recommendations for that I can give you in a second. The second is like improve baseline, and things such as like clean air and like drinking lots of water and like exercising and so on, important for increasing baseline. But that matters more for productivity than it matters for like actual hedonic value, because improving baseline is not going to change very much the absolute hedonic tone. But then there's also reaching new heights.
One sec, when you say productivity, you're talking about writing essays, getting more sales, doing, or what do you?
Yeah. For example, so like like the optimal valence that people who are like very productive have. It's not going to be like, being ecstatic. It's not like, MDMA levels of happiness. They don't make you, very good. Like, I don't know. It doesn't help you, like meet up a deadline or something like that necessarily. You probably kind of like think, well, I'm feeling too good to do anything, whereas like, anything below kind of a valence of 0 is actually really difficult to be productive. So there's kind of like a sweet spot. And our claim at QRI actually is that a lot of things that get billed as nootropics or like cognitive enhancers or things that help productivity, enhancing working memory and so on, they're actually, the reason they work is because they enhance valence. So like the reason why, taking Adderall or amphetamines allow you to, meet up a deadline easier with a big hedonic cost afterwards, but in the moment it does help. We think it has much more to do with the fact that it actually makes you feel motivated and good than it has like a genuine cognitive enhancing effect.
Very interesting.
so we believe, I mean, one of the reasons why, my emphasis is on super happiness, even though I think like there's a good case for super longevity or super intelligence, is that I happen to think that if we have like effective ways of increasing hedonic baseline, productivity will just be multiplied significantly all over the place. So basically the best thing you could do to improve the productivity of some really good researcher might actually be make them a little bit happier. That actually might be the single best productivity hack you could give them.
Now, this is interesting. I do wonder if, for instance, having too high of a hedonic baseline could discourage productivity. And I will say this about myself. I have a slightly negative hedonic set point, like probably -1 on your scale. And generally speaking, in the spectrum of experiences that I have in my life, they range perhaps from -3 to +5 at the greatest extremes. And I intentionally try to constrain that range, but I don't necessarily think -1 is a bad baseline to have, because it does mean I am, let's say, slightly not content with the status quo at pretty much all times, unless I'm extremely productive and I've achieved a lot, at which point I could push up that valence of my experience to +1 or +2. And I can say, okay, this is a good day's work. I can rest a bit and do something that I enjoy. But when I wake up tomorrow, I'll probably be at -1 again. So I'm going to go through that same kind of productivity. Now, one of the influences behind that is I know that not all is well in the world. If we didn't have a pandemic, if we didn't have death befalling individuals, I might rise in terms of my valence. But what I think of as the state of experience that I desire, perhaps something that I would perceive to be a +5, is, let's say I'm sitting on the balcony of some mansion overlooking a pleasant vista. It could be a seaside view, it could be a large valley, but I'm high above it, and preferably it's a building that I actually own. I have the comfort of knowing that major problems in the world either have been solved or are being solved, and I somehow have contributed to that. I still have other projects that I can pursue at my leisure, but for the time being, I'm kind of taking a rest to enjoy the scenery. That would be +5 for me, and I would pretty much be content with that. I'm concerned if I go beyond +5, then that would sap my motivation to be productive. It would lead me to linger in the moment for too long. So what do you think of that kind of evaluation? Is there a golden mean even to happiness?
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And I mean, I'm kind of in between saying like, I'm sorry you're you're like in -1, but also it seems like it works for you. So like, I definitely don't want to judge in any way. I think like different things will work for different people. I would just mention, as a general tendency, what we have observed is that increasing a person's baseline a little bit generally, as a general effect, leads to higher productivity. But obviously there's like a lot of like possible failure modes in there. And in particular, yeah, if you feel like very content no matter what, then yeah, probably productivity will will go down. I mean, it is kind of the difference between in the extreme case, like using something like opioids that like, they might just make you content with whatever you've done, don't necessarily make you have like the things need to get done type of feeling that dopaminergic would have. But I would still kind of like build the case for occasional ecstatic experiences actually having very good like health and productivity effects. So not only speaking from first person experience, but also like aggregating reports that like having occasional very clean very high valence experiences, let's say like 8 out of 10, like really substantial, basically gives you a glimpse of like, hey, what the future could be like. And like, if you hold that, as Nick Bostrom would put it, as kind of an ember in your heart of like what the future could hold, as kind of how did he put it, like a taste of a higher mode of being, so to speak. I think that's profoundly motivating, and also, personally speaking, it's something that feels that brings us together a lot more. It's kind of like, hey, we all have this potential inside us to be in the extremely loving states of consciousness, and I don't know, that makes us feel a bit more kind of a huge family rather than I guess like individuals trying to struggle against each other. But yeah, I mean, what works is going to be different from person to person.
Very interesting. So Brent, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, as you all were talking about those different types of valence, I was kind of in my mind kind of like defined like local temporary valence versus like temporal long-term valence, and that the qualia of experience kind of creates different situations where there's different levels of one or the other that lead to more of a holistic level of valence. And that was just a thought that I had, but I was really intrigued to hear what your perspective is of morphic resonance, and not specifically Rupert Sheldrake's idea of morphic resonance specifically as in like this creationist conflation of religion and spirituality with science, attacking the materialist perspective, but as much as being this immaterial influence on the material, and what your perspective might be of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. How would I put it? I mean, this is a complicated thing to unpack, but I would say, broadly speaking, I think like what Rupert Sheldrake is pointing at is actually features of phenomenology. Like he's actually describing aspects of like ayahuasca experiences rather than necessarily describing like the structure of the immaterial world or something like that. And again, like very important, at QRI we work under the assumption of indirect realism, which is to say we live in a world simulation created by your brain. And a lot of like crazy experiences kind of have a different interpretation if you analyze it through that lens. That said, that lens is very compatible with something like morphic resonance, but rather than it being kind of this collective or unconscious, is actually kind of a resonance that happens with your own unconscious. And like, it's fashionable to say like, well, the subconscious and so on is like pseudoscience and so on, but it comes up all over the place. Like in Buddhism, for example, like this thing called storehouse consciousness. And likewise, like anybody who's meditated, enough will recognize that, there's actually kind of this not very, I guess, like logical, but like some aspect of your mind that works through like symbolism and through shapes and attractors. And you can train it. And you can also be in a good or bad relationship with your subconscious. And having a loving relationship with your subconscious is actually really important for mental health from my point of view. And an aspect of our world simulations that a lot of people don't realize is that it really does have like several components, several layers, but one of them is doesn't have sensory modality. So as an example, like if you look at a shape and you partially occlude it, unless you're a 1-year-old or less, you still recognize that the shape still exists behind it, right? Like behind my hand, right? Like occlusions don't destroy your representations. They destroy the painting of the representations. But the idea is that in your brain, actually, there's right now a simulation of the cup, of the full cup. Is the full cup, but occluded. But you're still simulating the full cup. And the idea is that, a lot of these crazy feelings of, hey, like there's this hidden kind of a shape in the field of experience. And that with psychedelics or whatever, you can shine light on it and like it will have a particular shape and it reveals something about the subconscious. Is totally true. I would just call them amodal representations within your world simulation, and you can study them. And I would perhaps like point at like some of the best phenomenological work on this would be Stephen Lehar in his book, The Grand Illusion, where he talks about these things called free-willing hallucinations, which is states of consciousness where you can actually program your experience to do whatever you want. It requires a specific combination of psychedelic drugs, so it's a but it works for a lot of people. You can kind of use your consciousness as a holodeck, and that kind of simultaneously shows that, hey, like it's all a world simulation in your brain, but also you can study these weird things that, like, oh gosh, like the idea of a clown or the idea of the Tour Eiffel or whatever. It feels like it's a kind of a shape in the field, and you can interact with it. And if you actually believe that you can access the world directly, I'm sure that feels like morphic resonance. So in that sense, yeah, something like that kind of exists.
Yeah, I understand that. For me though, with in regards to my thought process right now, I've been reading a bunch of Rupert Sheldrake stuff lately, and his concept of formative causation and his like attack, for instance, on Darwin, and his perception and belief that evolution isn't random. And you said earlier that about natural selection adopting consciousness because of its like valence capability. And so that would, in my mind, almost align with his perspective that there's this immaterial influence on the matter. It's not that, the immaterial is just a shadow of something that already exists necessarily, but that there's a relationship. I really like the idea of that the term supernatural's kind of moot because it's all natural. Some of it's woo without a doubt and just not true. But I think that there's it seems like there's something going on. And so that was just that statement that you made about consciousness and natural selection really had me going for a second there. And another thing go on, sorry.
No, just to briefly comment that, like, yeah, I mean, I would define myself as physicalist, but also panpsychist. So, I mean, truly, I think like physics is describing the behavior of consciousness. I mean, and, I'm not 100% closed to like other parallel dimensions and so on. It's just from like Occam's razor, I think we can simulate it, our understanding in terms of like just states of consciousness. But I would claim though that this idea of Qualia formalism, that consciousness corresponds to a mathematical object, if the spirit world turns out to be true and so on, again, I'm not completely closed, I just think it's unlikely, but if it's true, I expect it to have a rich mathematical structure. And in some sense, there's also going to be a physics of the spirit world, and it's going to look like quantum mechanics, maybe with a slightly different parameters.
Definitely. And another thought that I had earlier as well was when you were talking about colors and the qualia of the different experience and experiencing and observing colors. Have you looked much into micro expressions and the differences between cultural interpretations of facial expressions and things like that?
To some extent, yeah. It's very interesting. I mean, especially like trained micro expression readers are really, capable of like telling you what you're experiencing, like when you're trying to hide your. Yeah. Anyway, there's this whole thing called
absolutely.
I mean, something to mention about like Plotchkin's. I don't know if the Plotchik's. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly, but yeah, this kind of a categorization. I believe like Zach was kind of providing these, but yeah, basically all of these different flavors of affect. I would say it's from our point of view, the model here is like similar to like just how you can have like many different types of music, like electronic, classical, and so on. But all of them do have a corresponding like quantity of consonance and dissonance. So likewise, like annoyance versus anticipation versus consummatory pleasure and so on. They all have their own valence, even though the flavor of valence might be different.
Sure. Yeah. From what I've read and such, though, regarding micro expressions and their cultural connotations is actually counterintuitive in the sense that different cultures interpret facial expressions differently from one another. And the facial expressions from 500 years ago meant different things that they mean now. And so it's a really interesting rabbit hole to go down. You might want to check it out. But because micro expressions, of course, it's very, very distinct and scientific, but it doesn't mean the same thing in different parts of the world. And so just kind of, it kind of pokes some holes in some ideas regarding, consciousness being specifically just hard brain states, physical, physical nature, but it's, it's hard to discern the true formation of this stuff.
Yes, so this is an interesting conversation, and I would like for it to continue, but before it does, I wanted to make sure, Andrés, that you had the opportunity to state some of your recommendations, both for avoiding extreme pain, the -10 on your Valence scale, as well as perhaps achieving greater health and longevity.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for reminding me. Yeah, it's important because, yeah, I mean, this audience might actually be receptive to this. So, yeah, I mean, one of the things we have done at QRI is basically kind of like gather what you could call like very large effect sizes that, for whatever reason, the information is not being amplified, and I mean, ultimately, can be tracked down to like status quo bias or failure of coordination in places like medicine and so on. But the very key reason why I think at QRI we're able to highlight this is largely because we really consider the logarithmic scales. Like we really say like, hey, actually, once you identify intense suffering as a cause area to prevent, then actually a lot of things get highlighted that you may not have like paid attention to before. So I'm just gonna read the list and maybe comment a little bit on each of them. So the first one is kidney stones. I mean, the epistemic disclaimer. I'm not completely sure that this remedy works, but I would say it's a pretty high probability that is the best remedy that there is out there. And it sounds like snake oil, but I would actually bet that it works, which is this remedy called chanca piedra, which is used in South America, and it's been used for thousands of years. And basically, it means a stone crusher. And kidney stones are notorious because they are actually one of those cases that produce like 10 out of 10 pain. And it's just extremely bad and traumatizing, and it damages the kidneys. So like also from the point of view of longevity, preventing and treating kidney stones is actually really important. The kidneys are really, really important for health. So yeah, get a bottle of chanca piedra just in case you get a kidney stone. Apparently it works really well on a high percentage of people. Second one, this also sounds crazy, but it's true, which is for cluster headaches, which are some of the absolutely most painful things that exist. It turns out that you can abort a cluster headache within seconds, basically taking it from 10 out of 10 pain to like 0 or 1 out of 10 pain. You can do this with DMT, the drug that Joe Rogan likes to talk a lot about. And we have a lot of articles about DMT and the geometry of DMT, the mathematics of DMT, but it also turns out that, DMT pretty much instantly, within 3 to 5 seconds, it gets rid of cluster headaches. And you don't need a full dose. You need only kind of 3 to 5 milligrams, at least with a high percentage of people. Brent comments 2-bromo LSD, which is a non-psychedelic substance that also works for cluster headaches. And yes, absolutely. The thing is that there's no way of getting it. And also it doesn't work instantly. I mean, the advantage of DMT is that it's a couple seconds. And if you're talking about something that is, that extreme of pain, it's actually an ethical emergency. It might not be a medical emergency, but it's an ethical emergency. You should get rid of it within seconds, not having to wait half an hour, right? So that's why DMT is better in that regard. From the point of view of basically long-term health and cognition, like increasing the baseline of cognitive skills, I absolutely recommend getting a HEPA filter in case you haven't. Just have like one running in your house at all times. It actually really does matter. Like, a lot of people are concerned about like, very large PM 2.5 particle counts, like up to, let's say, like if you have like 50 or 100 because you are in a very polluted city. That's obviously terrible for your longevity, for the heart, for the lungs. But what most people don't realize is that there's kind of these diminishing return curves where actually if you can take a PM 2.5 of 10, which most places they would consider that just perfectly safe, and take it down to kind of like 2 or 1, that's as big of a difference when it comes to like longevity as taking something like from 50 to 10. In other words, getting rid of that extra kind of like small residue, kind of like from taking it from 10 to like something smaller than 5, actually makes a very, very big difference. In other words, even if you're not in a polluted city, a HEPA filter will also add, at the very least, you know, something like 6 months or 1 year to your life when in terms of the aggregate net effect. Coffee as well. This sounds very silly, but yeah, basically coffee saves. I calculated that basically if we were able to distribute instant coffee in bulk to everybody in the world, you can actually save a life for approximately $50K, like $50,000, which, okay, it's not as effective as when it comes to, you know, Against Malaria Foundation type of thing, where it's only $3,000, but it's really effective, you know, like saving a statistical life for just, you know, 1 year of college. It's a pretty good deal. So anyway, I don't mean that, you know, getting like Starbucks coffee or something like that is cost effective. It's more like, you know, when you actually buy it in bulk and it's very cheap, like that's where actually, hey, like it might not be very much in absolute terms, but in terms of like how many cents you're paying for those extra 3 months of life, it's actually a really great deal. Just a couple more, which is if you take MDMA, it's really important that you stay cooled. So there's basically these cooling gloves developed at Stanford for athletes. I believe they're now actually banned in competitions because they enhance performance so much. But there's quite a bit of evidence that suggests that the main cause of MDMA neurotoxicity is actually that it overheats the brain. And if you were to wear one of these cooling gloves, in a sense, you're just preventing your brain from like ever reaching kind of a dangerous temperature. It might be, you know, the solution to actually be able to take MDMA once a week without any side effects. I mean, don't do it, you know, like I don't know if that actually works, but in terms of kind of like very promising interventions, I suspect that might be a very, very high leverage one. Yeah, maybe just to mention one last one. If anybody here is struggling with benzo withdrawal, and I would roughly say that benzos are kind of hand grenades for the nervous system. I mean, like they're just really bad for your nervous system in so many ways. But one of the very terrible ways in which benzos are very bad is that the tolerance is extreme, meaning that like, you know, many drugs, you discontinue them and maybe within a week or two, you go through the withdrawal, or at least the worst of the withdrawal. With benzos, the withdrawal tends to last like 6 months or 1 year or more than 1 year. And like all throughout, it's just like extremely hellish. Turns out there is this substance called flumazenil. And if you take microdoses of flumazenil, it can basically accelerate the withdrawal of benzos dramatically. And we're talking about cutting the withdrawal from like 1 year to just 3 days or up to a week. And it's just extreme dramatic difference that like after 1 week of taking flumazenil, you can be basically baseline. And it's as if like you had never taken benzos before. So, and you know, like there's like 25 million prescriptions for Xanax a day, a year on the US. And like, I think, I don't know, 60 million, like it's an insane problem, you know, like an insane problem from longevity, from the point of view of happiness, from the point of view of cognition. And flumazenil, unfortunately, you know, you can't patent it. So like there's no incentives to actually pursue it from the pharma angle. But you can go to Italy and, you know, sign up for one of these flumazenil therapies, and in 1 week, just get rid of your benzo problem. So I just thought that, yeah, that's important information to share and amplify.
Yes, this is quite fascinating. And I'm glad that my coffee habit may be a net benefit to longevity, even though it's largely a coping mechanism for limited sleep, but that's another story. With regard to filtering out small particulate matter, the PM2.5, I live in northern Nevada, which is prone to a lot of smoke inundations from California wildfires. Even though we don't have that many wildfires here, the wind tends to blow in the smoke from the Yosemite wildfires into northern Nevada. So we've had situations when during some days, during some of the summers, the air quality index reached to levels above 400, for instance. And I have been very meticulous about not going outside, even wearing an N95 mask indoors when this happens. I have filters within my house that I activate when there are these smoke inundations. But it's interesting that you mentioned that even with good AQI, which is officially defined as anything under 50, it may be beneficial to operate these kinds of filters.
Yeah. I mean, to maybe say one more thing about that is that, I mean, really the effect of PM 2.5 on health is twofold, because it has like lung damage and then cardiovascular damage. And they're kind of like different things, because lung damage is cumulative and lifelong. And in that sense, the curve of how bad PM 2.5 is as a function of how much of it there is linear for the lungs. It's just like it just accumulates over time. So like it doesn't matter. But the cardiovascular effects have like these kind of diminishing return curve. So the difference between 50 and 100 from the cardiovascular point of view is like minimal. Like you're already kind of in the inflamed state, so to speak. But the difference between 0 and 10 is very large from the point of view of the cardiovascular effects. So really think of it as kind of the lung effects are like the chronic exposure. The cardiovascular are the acute exposure. So from the point of view of the cardiovascular is like, it's kind of a risk factor. Like it just increases your chances of heart attack and in the end developing heart disease. So two different beasts, but that's the rationale for like why even trying to get it to 0, you still get benefits from that.
This is quite fascinating. So I am also a runner, and I tend to be more careful about running in smoky or otherwise polluted air than a lot of other runners are. But during the smoke inundations, I have some acquaintances who would run in AQI of 150 or even 200. And my cutoff, probably now I think it was insufficiently conservative, was 100, in that I would not run in any AQI above 100. What would you tell to my runner acquaintances who still went out to run in AQIs of 150 or 200?
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the sad reality of those levels is that you're essentially doing something like smoking a pack of cigarettes. If you're going running on those levels. There is I don't have the link right here, but like I'm sure we can find it. But like there was a really excellent Quora response that basically they went into the math with the actuarial tables and basically computed what is the breakout point when it comes to exercise on different levels of PM 2.5. And it was something like, at the level of like 100, 100, it was like, if you exercise for like 1 hour, you're still actually getting like net benefits because exercise is so good for you. But I remember there was something like when it goes to like 200, actually doing any exercise is actually just negative for your net life expectancy. So it actually depends on like just how bad it is. And like I would say, yeah, probably above 200, just probably don't exercise that day would be my recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please send me those tables if you can, because I think that would be great scientific evidence to present. And it's interesting that my intuitive cutoff seems to have some justification in the data as well. So quite a fascinating conversation. Now, Brent asks, do you recommend any specific HEPA filter systems? Are any of them more effective than others?
I don't think so. I mean, I would just buy something that has an Amazon review of like 4.5 or higher, and like there's a bunch of brands that meet that standard. And I use like Levoit, but it's just, I mean, I'm not particularly attached to it, but like I do know it works because I also have like a PM 2.5 measuring device, and like I've done so many experiments of like how many like inches of the window should I keep open so that the homeostasis continues to be below 5 and things like that. And yeah, basically every filter that I've had that had a good reviews, they just work excellent. They just actually get rid of like 99.99% of the particles that go through them. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Mm-hmm. That is good to know. Now, Jason, you had some questions. Please feel free to proceed.
Have you heard of, or is there some significance to the frequency of 110 hertz of sound? I had heard that there's ancient structures that were built to resonate at 100 hertz. And I'd heard that there's an experiment done where a subject was subjected to 110 hertz and they got the feeling of up and out. And I was wondering if you knew anything about that. Is that a real thing, or?
Sure. I got some echo. Okay, perfect. Just a couple things. Like from the point of view of valence, the absolute frequency matters a lot less than basically what is the relative frequencies that you have between frequencies that are present. So in other words, what makes a frequency good or bad is actually not their absolute value, but is how it is related in terms of proportions to everything else that is going on in your body and what is going on in the sound as well. So you can basically take 110 hertz and add other sounds around it, like let's say 115 hertz, or maybe the sound of a piano or something like that. And you can make it sound super beautiful and blissful, dressing it up in a particular way. Or you can make it sound really horrible and dissonant and stressful. So it really depends in that sense. And whenever I have listened to, for example, like beautiful healing, I don't know, people are attached to different frequencies, like 440 or 512. You can find like YouTube channels that say like, the healing frequency of 512 or whatever. And you listen to it and it's like, yeah, sure, actually this does have like 512, but it also has a bunch of other sounds around it that actually are making it much more pleasant and consumable. So in that sense, yeah, absolute frequencies don't matter that much. The place where they do kind of matter is that, and this is where I'm afraid that, I don't want to sound like woo, because, obviously trying to stay away from that stereotype, but with specific frequencies, you do have different, basically intensities of resonance for different particular subcomponent of your peripheral nervous system. So, I don't necessarily believe in chakras when it comes to kind of like energetic fields that we, move through and send others. But I do kind of believe chakras from the point of view of phenomenology, which is that, hey, we actually do have these nerve bundles, and you can basically identify what are the resonant frequencies and you can address them. So like there's this thing called the SOPAC, which is a device that basically transforms like sound into like body vibrations. And with specific frequencies, you can basically hit the resonant modes of the heart, not the heart specifically, but rather the heart area nerve bundles, which people might call it, the fourth chakra or something like that. But yeah, no, it's actually, physiologically, there's a bunch of nerves like really, really clustered up in there. And they do affect mood quite a bit. So 110 hertz, from what I remember from our studies, it would be much more kind of on the second and third chakra, if anything. But, whether that's going to be pleasant healing or not, it depends on the other frequencies you add to dress it up.
Cool. I was wondering if you could touch on DMT some more, because I had heard that there's like really common, everybody seems to, or a lot of them anyway, seem to report the same thing. One is ego death, and then the other one is that they kind of mentally talk to aliens or ETs or something. I was wondering if you knew anything about that.
Oh, absolutely. Apologies. Yeah, don't get me started on DMT. I mean, the truth is that there's so much material. I mean, I'm not sure where to start. But yeah, basically, if you're interested on what we have to say about DMT, there is this talk I gave at Harvard. It's called The Hyperbolic Geometry of DMT Experiences. You can find it on YouTube. I think it has like 300,000 views now, so it's probably the most watched content of QRI by now. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole topic. Even then, like we have found out like a lot more since that presentation. But also another big article I would recommend from Qualia Computing, it's if you Google NN-DMT versus 5-MeO-DMT, the 9 lenses, like that is the title. And basically is like a breakdown in what ways DMT is different from 5-MeO-DMT. And because they're extremely different experiences. And you mentioned on DMT, people get like ego death pretty often. And I would say like that only happens on very high doses. DMT otherwise tends to basically keep kind of like an integrated sense of self, that you're still kind of like this observer that moves through these complex and crazy dimensions. But 5-MeO-DMT would be the ego death par excellence. Like it's 5-MeO-DMT is kind of if you take 5 milligrams or more, it's something like 90% of people will report like union with God or union with the infinite field of consciousness and things like that. And we have like theories to basically explain these things. So 5-MeO-DMT, roughly speaking, gives rise to global synchrony, which is related to this thing that we call an annealing process. But basically, internal boundaries of your experience are represented with clusters of synchrony that are not in synchrony with each other. So like when you represent somebody as like an enemy, for example, inside your experiential field, the frequencies with which you represent that person are going to be misaligned from the frequencies with which you represent yourself. Whereas, for example, you take MDMA, and all of a sudden you line up your frequencies with the frequencies of others. I mean, again, I think this is something that is going on inside your world simulation. In some sense, you're making, the neurons that represent different aspects of your experience, you're making it for them easier to synchronize. And on MDMA, okay, that happens at kind of the social level. Your representations of others get synchronized, so it feels like we're all part of the same family. On 5-MeO-DMT, that happens with everything. So like you look at a pen and that synchronizes with your, with the rest of your consciousness, a cup, a thought, everything synchronizes and everything starts like strobing together. And that eliminates internal boundaries. That's why it feels you become one with everything on 5-MeO-DMT. Whereas regular DMT, the people, the one that usually people are talking about, we describe those effects in terms of competing clusters of synchrony. So basically, it makes it really easy for clusters of your experience to enter in synchrony, which will give rise to crazy symmetrical shapes. Basically, when you have like, there's this duality where like basically temporal synchrony and spatial symmetry are correlated. When you have like synchrony happening at the temporal level, that it kind of casts a shadow in the form of spatial symmetry. And on DMT, there's a lot of competing clusters of symmetry. And basically you get these like crazy entities and crazy partitions of the world. And I think that's because you have kind of these competing clusters that are all trying to capture your attention, but the attractor is actually one of just many clusters. So the stable attractor on DMT is actually this chaotic state, and it's a chaotic experience, as opposed to, yeah.
You don't think it's aliens?
I mean, I personally think it's a very, very rich, very believable hallucination. I'm open again, like, but Occam's razor, and yeah, I mean, basically one way to test this is like, and I claim that basically DMT, what it's doing is like illuminating the contents of your subconscious. So if you read a lot about like aliens and so on DMT, you're going to experience them. But if you, for example, spent the last month on a meditation retreat just focusing on loving kindness, and you take DMT, it's just going to take you to a world of love. And it's like one of those heaven realms, and it's extremely beautiful. So roughly speaking,
yeah, I was going to say,
yeah,
there could be a setting or expectation effect going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
this is
super strong.
Fascinating.
Yes. Now that does sound like a bit of a frightening prospect to me, because in my view, of course, I'm extremely concerned about the continuity of the self and the continuity of consciousness. So ego death, in my view, would be the interruption, perhaps the disruption of that, I understand people come back from it. I do have concerns about physiological damage from the experience, but furthermore, I don't know if the ego that is reconstituted is going to have a sufficient continuity of experience from the ego that went into the process. So I'm all for preserving the boundaries. In fact, I even discussed this in prior salons with regard to any prospect of connecting minds in the future, being able to send data between one mind and another. I would always want each mind to have the ability to be its own gatekeeper and say, I will admit this, I will not admit anything else. I'll be very selective about what I admit, and I'll always remain within the locus of my own consciousness. So I never want to meld my mind with anybody else's, because again, the concern is if I disassociate from that, would it still be me, or would it be some amalgam, half of the disassociated union, and I would no longer be who I am before entering that procedure?
Yeah, I can mention something about this, which is, I mean, I think that's a very legitimate concern. Ultimately, how concerned one is about that depends on one's implicit theory of personal identity, and something. I mean, obviously, it's a super important topic, and I'll just mention kind of the model that we tend to use, which is there's this philosopher called Daniel Kolek that kind of broke down personal identity into three kind of explanation spaces, we could call it. So closed individualism is where you basically start existing when you're born, stop existing when you die. And it's kind of the standard common sense view. And it tends to agree with our everyday experience that, yeah, there's a self that continues over time, is separate from everybody else. Then you have empty individualism, which claims that what you truly are is just a moment of experience. So in this sense, kind of each brain is really a qualia machine, but each experience is its own separate, subject. And in that sense, the continuity would be an illusion generated by the brain for evolutionary reasons. But at the ontological level, we're actually just time slices of experience. And then the third one is called open individualism, which is this claim that actually wherever there is consciousness, you are there. Because fundamentally, you are consciousness, or you're the subject of consciousness in a more universal sense. And, people take 5-MeO DMT or high dose LSD or something like that. And oftentimes they come back and they will say something like, hey guys, we're all one consciousness, that we're all the same, or all the boundaries dissolved. I realized that I was the ground of being, and so on. So, I mean, personally, I don't think that an experience of it is proof that is the case. I just think it's it's just like a proof of concept. It shows you that it's not logically inconsistent or logically impossible. It's just a different view. So, and I'm not gonna get into the arguments for one view or the other, which is a whole complicated topic. But I will say though that the future does seem to have these very interesting kind of possible paths, depending on what is the theory of identity that the kind of big entities that control the future have. Because absolutely, I expect there's going to be a closed individualist contingent, so to speak. Yes, exactly as you're saying, Gennady, and it's it's a very consistent worldview where you say I just don't want to disrupt these boundaries. These boundaries make up who I am, and that comes with some evolutionary advantages, really caring about your future self and planning far in the future, and it obviously has its advantages from that point of view. Empty individualists may not really have that much of an advantage, because it's kind of difficult to imagine what is the motivation to do anything if you already existed? You're already here. You're never going to appear in the future. You were just that one-time slice. But the interesting one that is different is open individualism, because if you have a large enough group of people who all of them believe that who they are is consciousness itself, that actually opens up new possible technologies of cooperation, because they are totally okay with mind melding. They're totally okay with ego death. in that sense, they have access to a broader region of the state space of consciousness. So they may have opportunities to be like smarter and collaborate with others in new ways. And again, I'm not saying that's like good or bad. I'm just pointing out that the future will probably have interesting ways in which this unfolds, depending on what people believe in, basically.
Yeah, I can interject. I was wondering if these if this concept of open individualism or open individualism, I guess, is related to the idea of the self being an illusion. Because this is one of the things that's come up in previous events we've had is there's actually some transhumanists who follow the work of Derek Parfit and believe that the self is an illusion. Also, Sam Harris believes that. You know, I'm wearing his shirt right now, but I'm sort of agnostic at this point. You know, I don't think I've fully settled on one view as to the nature of the self, but I definitely see that there, in a sense, it could be an illusion. And is that what these open individualists would also believe in some sense, or is it more of a distinct view?
Yeah, it's very related. I mean, a lot of these are like overlapping ideas, and it kind of depends on how you slice it. Like for example, in traditional, Hindu philosophy versus Buddhist philosophy, there's this big debate of like, is there the true self or no self? Like Buddhists would say like no self, and Hindus would say true self. But then people who are like really into both and will say like, actually they're the same thing, just like talked about in different ways. And I'm pretty sympathetic to the view that it's actually the same thing, just like talked about differently. But I would say that some ways of saying the self is an illusion are definitely true. For example, there is one view of the self being true, which is that there is a fundamental way in which it feels like to be you. Like there's an underlying feeling of, in my case being Andrés, like there's kind of a flavor of it. And that without that flavor, I don't exist. And now I'm pretty convinced that's not true, because I've had experiences where that flavor goes away. And I actually feel like I'm just completely just a subject of experience without any information content. And like just having that memory makes me feel like, well, maybe this feeling of being Andrés is kind of like a clothing I'm wearing, is the way in which I'm decorating my consciousness. But it's just kind of a painting, or it's kind of like a sticker to remind me of my history, but it's not truly what I am. And the thing is that view could still be compatible with closed individualism. You could still say, hey, like maybe I am a consciousness that is different from others' consciousnesses. I have my own history, my own timeline, but any flavor of consciousness is not who I am. And actually, Jainists have this view. Jainists, they basically are closed individualists. They believe that there's like an infinite number of souls, and their version of Buddhahood is getting rid of all the karma and just being the pure soul that you are. And it's kind of strange because in their view, every soul is identical in terms of their information content, but their identity is different. So it's kind of like another view. But my intuitive sense, if I were to kind of communicate it, is kind of in the no self view, that like in some sense, truly what we are is, you could say, the electromagnetic field, or maybe the full fields of physics, and that gets basically it develops like topological boundaries. So right now, what I am is kind of this portion of the field talking to other parts of the field. My deep identity is the field itself, but where I'm standing is just this topological pocket of the field. So I think that might be more kind of a no self. There's this metaphor of when you have a mystical experience, is like water touching water. And I would identify with that notion. It's like once you get rid of kind of the dress up of the identity you believe in, there's just the field. and the field and its own flavors without this additional stamp of like, oh, this is who I am.
Have you noticed any similar characteristics between people with different religions that you've studied? If any things in brain structure, or I mean, besides the beliefs themselves, or how their concept of self works?
Yeah, for sure. So there's just to explain. I mean, like every religion, you could say there's like three ways to tackle it, or three ways to be a devout religious. The most common one having to do with like kind of words and like, you know, rituals and basically like models of the world. It's kind of like the intellectual way of approaching a religion. And maybe like most people kind of like do that. Like, you know, they go to religious sermon, they you know, kind of like it's from a very moral point of view. It's like, as long as you know the laws and whatnot, you're religious and so on. So that one, I think like, that just kind of like keeps you the same person as you were before. Like it doesn't really cut very deep. Then there's like the path of devotion, which is like developing really intense love. And that one, you know, if you follow it far enough, it doesn't matter the religion. I mean, the religion is just an excuse or a motivator. Really what you're doing is cultivating loving kindness, you know, cultivating what they call the Brahma Viharas. Metta, yeah, exactly. And those, yes, it doesn't matter how you cultivated them, as long as you're cultivating them, you're cultivating the same state of consciousness, and it will have the same effect on your brain. And generally speaking, is going to be very beneficial. I mean, I think like loving kindness is something that almost never hurts to practice. And then there's the third one, which is the path of concentration. And that's where you get like the really weird, intense, you know, mystical outer states. And like, that's where, you know, when you talk about like, you know, the Sufis and the Gnostic Christians and so on, you know, some people might say like, well, what connects them is that they all believe that, you know, God is one and we're all God or something like that. Is like, yes, but that's kind of the intellectual way of looking at it. Really what connects them is that they're developing practices of concentration. Like all of these like self-flagellation or like reciting the same verse like 20,000 times a day. All of those are techniques to increase concentration. And as it turns out, if you get concentration high enough, you will start experiencing some weird effects, like the jhanas, for example, of meditation. So yeah, it doesn't matter if you got it through Islam or through Hinduism or whatnot. If you're experiencing the jhanas, it's going to have the jhana effect in your brain. It's going to be a very high valence and healing experience.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks.
So by the classifications that have been discussed, I'm certainly a closed individualist, and moreover, I consider the self to be fundamental. It's not like a fundamental particle of existence. I am a physicalist like you are. I believe the self and consciousness emerge from the physical properties and processes of the brain and the nervous system, and they're inextricably dependent on that. And I'm generally a physicalist about the universe, in that I don't believe there are supernatural forces. I think all phenomena, life, consciousness, volition, I do think free will exists, and it's an emergent property of material substances and processes. So in my view, if those substrates and processes are disrupted, then the more sophisticated process ceases to be. And that is, of course, what death is. So in my view, death of the self is the greatest tragedy, because one loses any connection to experience, any sort of thought, any sensation, any memory of having lived or having experienced anything. And as a result, death is the greatest evil to be avoided. And I also happen to not be a religious or spiritual person, so I don't see any path for an afterlife or reincarnation. So the death of the self is final. And the disruption of the continuity of the self is likewise final. Now, I do think that there can be some underlying continuity of the physical body that could allow the same conscious process to restart, so to speak. For instance, I have been under general anesthesia, and under general anesthesia, the awareness of the conscious mind is suspended at least for some people, but the heart keeps beating, the lungs keep taking in air. So it is, I think, almost certain that that preserves the continuity of consciousness. I'm not so sure about cryopreservation, for instance, and I've had a lot of conversations with that, and it may or may not be the case that it preserves that continuity, depending on the extent to which there is some sort of ability of those physical substrates to persist, and then the conscious process to reset, and that be the same conscious process. But I think a lot more can be said about that, and a lot more needs to be studied in this regard, especially before a lot of people choose to undergo certain procedures voluntarily. So I am a strong supporter of cryonics in the sense that I believe it's the best option for many people who would otherwise have nothing but burial or cremation be available to them, which certainly destroys the continuity of the self. I am concerned about the people who say they want to undertake elective cryonics procedures, say if they have diseases they think are terminal, or even some people have suggested they would do that after they reach a certain age in life, which I think is a rather tragic decision to make. But for me, it is a great uncertainty. To what extent will the person who undergoes a successful revival from cryopreservation have the same, what I call, I-ness? And I do wonder to what extent your research can inform those kinds of questions. That is, where would you draw the line with regard to transformations that preserve the continuity of self, the feeling that one is the same self? Do you think it's possible to recover that after an interruption? And if so, what kind of interruption would be conducive to that recovery? And what kind of interruption would be a permanent disruption? So as I've said, I think going under general anesthesia and waking up still preserves that continuity of self, with perhaps an interruption in the conscious experience. But where is that boundary between that which can have that preserving effect and that which cannot?
Yeah, I mean, one approach, and I mean, obviously this is a long discussion, but like one hopefully like non-trivial kind of application of our research is, yeah, basically getting kind of like what are the signatures of personhood, if maybe not necessarily in a metaphysical sense, but at the very least in an experiential sense. Like, what is it that basically allows you to have kind of the flavor of being Gennady, or the flavor of being Andres, or Jason, or Brent? what is this flavor? And from the point of view of connectome-specific harmonic waves, there's actually potentially an interesting candidate. So the thing to think about here is how like the specific shape of a musical instrument determines basically what is the sounds that it can generate, right? Like the actual shape of the guitar, or like the actual shape of a flute, you know, minute differences in how it's twisted and so on, actually change what are the resonant modes of the instrument. And in that sense, it changes how it sounds like. A lot of people don't realize this, but for example, the sound of a guitar, what's actually producing the sound, producing like the character of it, is the shape of the guitar. You know, is the shape that is making it vibrate. That's why you can hear it from behind and so on. Why, you know, basically it's dumping all of the energy from the strings into the shape of the guitar, and that's what's hearing. You change the shape, the sound is going to change. So likewise, all of us have a specific connectome. Like the shape of our connectome is very specific, and it's, you know, obviously a combination of environment and genetics. But you could argue that after a certain age, in some sense, personhood might have to do with what is the shape of your connectome, and as a consequence, what are the harmonic modes that are unique to you, that no other brain can generate, because the shape actually is what constraining this. And in that sense, yeah, we might be able to take kind of a fingerprint of like, in what way is your brain providing a flavor of consonance or flavor of resonance that is not nowhere else in the universe. This kind of like it really tells you, like, this is you. Now, this may not get at like memories, for example. Like maybe the memories are not really inherent to like the uniqueness of kind of the resonant signature of who you are, but at least it seems like a very important component for at least like the everyday feeling of who you are.
Now, it's interesting that you mention this, because in my view, it is possible for an individual to lose a lot of the memories about his or her past life and still be the person. So if I underwent some sort of traumatic accident and I survived it, but I had amnesia afterward, and it took me a long time to recover memories about my past. I might look at my past writings or video appearances, and aspects of it might start coming back. But in the meantime, I would still be me. I would still have my I-ness, my vantage point upon the world, which is really just, in my view, the fact that I'm directly experiencing the world from the vantage point of this physical organism, and not from your vantage point or the vantage point of anyone else in this meeting or anyone else altogether. So if a copy of me were instantiated right next to me, atom by atom, identical copy, except that it were spatially dislocated from where I was standing, and that person went off and had his own experiences, it seems that all the physical patterns would be the same, but I would not be directly experiencing the world through that person's eyes. I would still be sitting here talking to you. Furthermore, if I had this traumatic experience and got amnesia, and that person didn't, and that person still had all of the full memories intact, that person might be more qualified to speak about my history or my past, but I would still be the one experiencing life as myself with all the amnesia, and I wouldn't be having the experiences of that other person who is physically, structurally, content-wise, otherwise very similar to me. So I'm trying to get at that fundamental I-ness, that fundamental fact of experience, and how to preserve it, how to avoid disruptions to it.
Yeah, very important. I mean, it may be that because of working with assumption of close individualism, a lot of these answers are going to be pretty specific and different, right? Like, I guess from my point of view, an identical copy of me might actually be me. But anyway, like it really depends on the lens that you look this through. I generally find it difficult to imagine that there is a identity carrier that kind of like continues in your body that is different than the structure of your experience. And, from quantum mechanics, we know that every electron is in some sense the same electron. There's really nothing that distinguishes one electron from another. So perhaps a copy of yourself might be, in some fundamental metaphysical sense, indistinguishable. But anyway, I'm not completely confident on this. And for sure, if you're right, that like, hey, a copy of yourself it wouldn't be you all of a sudden being there, but just a copy, then there's a huge mystery to figure out, and very important for preserving continuity, if that's true.
And with regard to the kind of physicalism that you adhere to, of course, substrate is important, and we discussed that. So it's possible that the biological brain is a kind of substrate that is unique, or at least has certain distinctive features that would need to be preserved that wouldn't necessarily be preserved in just a conventional computer. However, we have discussed in prior salons the possibility of having cybernetic brains, for instance. And of course, I don't believe that you can take a biological brain, replace it with a cybernetic brain, and that would be the same individual. And likewise, I don't believe that if you upload your mind into a computer, that would be the same individual. It would be a simulation, perhaps, but I do think there may be some plausibility, and we discussed this even with Dr. Jean Hébert last time. He, of course, advocates a view where parts of the brain can be incrementally replaced, biological parts can be incrementally replaced as they age, and enough of the rest of the brain remains intact that would preserve the self. And he fundamentally thinks that may be possible in the future to also have certain electronic augmentations. Like if you have an artificial neuron that interfaces with the rest of your brain and starts sharing the cognitive load, over time it integrates into your brain, and it starts carrying some of your sense of self. And over the course of perhaps 100 years, if you replace all your biological neurons with artificial neurons, at least in theory, it seems like that they could take on the same kind of experiences. But what do you think? Do you think that's plausible? Do you think some very specific aspects of design would need to be followed in order for that to happen?
Definitely. Yeah, so there's two important things. The first one is, can digital computers be conscious? And the second one is, gradual replacement. Would it work? And the key to tie both of these questions is, from my point of view, the binding problem of consciousness is that basically in our model, the issue is that with digital computers, the largest bound state, the physically bound state that exists in a computer actually only has like 2 bits of information, which would actually be just what is going on in the transistors. So there's no large bundles of your digital computer that are working as a unit. And that's like a requirement for a unified moment of experience. So I would say, like, with fairly high level of confidence, that as long as you have a digital computer, it's just simply impossible to have it actually recreate a human experience. Now, with other exotic computing medium, perhaps if you have like an analog computer that actually uses topologically bound states of the electromagnetic field for computation, maybe at that point, like, potentially you might be able to generate things that have a qualia from that point of view. But it would require like very specific design principles. And my generic prediction is that unless you're setting out to actually generate an experience in addition to the computer being usable, for the most part you're not going to be generating experiences. It's just not going to happen by accident. Now, when it comes to kind of like gradual replacement, again, the key question is, do you preserve binding? And I suspect that for binding, the actual biophysics of the brain is really necessary. I mean, it's similar to like asking the question of can you generate I don't know, like, let's say like an electromagnet using, rather than cables, using plastic. Well, the shape of the electromagnet may be the same, but you actually need something, you actually need a metal to actually conduct this electricity and actually generate these fields. Likewise, I would worry that like the very specific materials that you use for replacing different parts of the brain may disrupt some of the holistic computing. It may disrupt the local field potentials. And in that sense, yeah, it would disrupt consciousness. Now, this is something that is completely testable. And I expect we will learn a much more as we develop, better neurotechnology, replacing, for example, slices of brain tissue in rodents with quote unquote functional analogs. Of course, I think some parts of the brain can be substituted, but not all of them. I suspect that when it comes to getting substituting white matter in particular, these like long tracks that conduct electricity and like send electrical signals, you will require very specific materials to actually maintain the functionality. It's not just that the input output gets preserved. So a cautious yes. I think gradual replacement is plausible, but I think it's going to be much harder than what functionalists might believe.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you there in your assessment, and I do think careful experimental studies would be needed to demonstrate that this kind of gradual replacement would achieve what we wanted to achieve. This is also one reason why I think the biological path toward extending lifespan, at least in the next several decades, is going to be the predominant path and the path that we need to succeed in order to preserve our own selves. So rejuvenation, biotechnology, including the possibility of regenerating the brain using biological components. Those are the pathways that we're going to need to rely on ourselves, because it does seem like for replacement of the brain with artificial components, that may be a larger number of decades away at the very least. If that is to work for us, we need to have bought ourselves more time biologically than we would have had otherwise.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and I mean, just a plug here, like that. David Pierce has this wonderful essay called the Biointelligence Explosion. And yeah, I mean, roughly speaking, I would say I do expect a sort of singularity, but I don't think it's going to be through digital computers, recursively self-improving. Much more, I think, is going to be altering our own brains and recursively self-improving that way. I mean, we are going to be the super intelligences that are going to create the intelligence explosion.
Yes, and we're going to use digital technologies, we're going to use artificial intelligence to facilitate that kind of self-improvement. But there does seem to me the possibility that even if someone had artificial components integrated into their brain, they may have certain functionalities, but might not have the direct experience of that functionality. So it would be like having the data from a computer or a cell phone in your head, but you're not experiencing it unless you essentially call upon it with your biological brain. And that's similar to if you're looking at the screen of your phone, you're looking something up and you see, okay, here's this fact. Now my biological mind is cognizant of this fact, but until I looked at it with my biological eyes, it doesn't matter that my phone, which belongs to me, was able to retrieve it.
Yeah, that's a super important distinction. I mean, like the clear example to me is if you have an implant or something like that, and then I ask the question, like, is the number, I don't know, 7,000 whatever prime? Either, I could maybe look it up in the implant and I would just get the answer, but I would have like no idea why, like that's one scenario. Or the better scenario is that I'm actually enhanced in such a way that I can use my consciousness in order to create this synesthetic experience that computes whether the number is prime. And like there are people with a savant syndrome that can do this, like Daniel Tammet. You tell him a very large number, and he experiences this crazy psychedelic experience inside him. And the result of that is that he computes whether it's prime or not. And that is what we call qualia computing, where you're actually using consciousness for computation. And I think like that is the super intelligence that is much more interesting than just like, yeah, it's basically looking up your phone. It is, okay, like it didn't happen inside you, right? Like it kind of happened peripherally.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and indeed having awareness of the process is the desirable condition. Interestingly enough, just earlier this week, I released a video of my latest musical composition, which is essentially a musical mapping of all of the prime numbers in base 7 from 2 to 2021 in base 7, which is 4,817 in base 10. And essentially, I just mapped numbers to notes. So for 6 notes from B6 to G7, I mapped them from 1 to 6. And then the next lowest 6 notes from C6 to A6, I mapped them to multiples of 7. And then the next lowest 6 notes, I mapped them to multiples of 7 squared. And theoretically, one could extend this much farther than I did. I only went to 4,817 in base 10, which took about 5.5 minutes. But I wonder if there could be a savant who is able to hear the pitches very clearly and perhaps memorize that sequence of pitches. And then that person could be asked, well, is this number prime? He or she could very readily answer that question. And actually, what motivated me to compose this kind of in an indirect and roundabout manner was back in 2004, I was a contestant at a math competition. So we have that in common, actually. And one of the problems that was asked under timed conditions with no reference materials allowed was to perform some set of operations on all of the prime numbers between 1 and 200. And there are 46 such prime numbers. There was no way to derive them algorithmically. And I was sitting there thinking, do they seriously expect us to have memorized 46 prime numbers? And I was thinking, is there some possible way to derive them without having to memorize them? And that thought kind of percolated in the back of my mind until I discovered a fairly consonant mapping of the prime numbers. Zach thinks that was very otherworldly music. I will let you listen to it for yourself and decide what you think of it. But I do wonder if, at least for some individuals with certain capabilities, this would be an aid to identification and recall.
Absolutely. I mean, solving a problem with the consciousness, using your bound experience for solving it, does have like this subcomponent of like basically getting a good mapping, which is like taking, for example, numbers and then translating them into sensations. And like, there's many ways of doing that, but basically coming up with many schemes, among them, the one that you presented, yeah, I suspect can be tremendously helpful to explore this space. And yeah, I mean, all of the interesting computation, I think, in the future will be, yeah, basically conscious computation. It's gonna be this very crazy, psychedelic, but in some sense very sane type of psychedelic experience that actually gives you the correct answer at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I do think for those kinds of experiences, having conscious knowledge of them, conscious control over them is essential. I recall at the same conference where we met, Andres, there was a speaker who talked about consuming ayahuasca and the very powerful experience that was. And he was saying how that prepares us for a world of fully immersive virtual reality and other kinds of experiences in the digital world. And I was sitting there thinking, well, the key difference there is if you have an experience in the digital world, if you play a computer game or if you enter virtual reality, you are fully in control of the world, at least to the extent that the program runs the way it's intended to run and you're following the rules of that program. But you know that you are in a program or interacting with a program, and you do have this layer behind it of yourself as the observer, as the entity that is making the decisions. And you can choose to pull back, you can choose to pull out. It's at your discretion. So it's in some ways a much more refined experience than a chemically induced experience where once you are on that particular trip, at least my understanding is there's not really much of an escape.
Yeah, no, it's the issue of control, and even the issue of consent, that you don't, I mean, you may consent, but then like the tripped out person in the future that you're generating may not consent to what was done to them. But yeah, no, I think you do require kind of more specificity than just like, you know, crazy ayahuasca trip, precisely because, I mean, I think like in the future, we will explore psychedelia, but it will be bounded so that it's only blissful, only exotically beautiful experiences, nothing of the, hellish realms of, the DMT can take you. And, I mean, DMT right now, ayahuasca or something like that, it's really like playing Russian roulette, being quite frank. Like you can hear so many hell experiences that people had. Like you can look up in YouTube, like horror story ayahuasca is like, you don't know if it's going to be you, it kind of like just happens. As a kind of like generic harm reduction, I tend to recommend that ayahuasca in particular is kind of just too crazy for for like safe travels, but something like LSD, if you take phenibut, like 300 milligrams of phenibut, like 4 hours before taking the LSD, and also you take ginger juice, the phenibut will get rid of the anxiety, will basically reduce the body load, and the ginger juice will reduce the nausea. And like with just that advice, I think you can prevent about like 95% of negative trips. So the phenibut ginger combo, it's highly recommended for psychedelics. But yeah, the issue of control, I mean, like I'm much more interested, rather than just in crazy ayahuasca experiences, is much more on things like free-willing hallucinations, carefully dosed combinations where you actually maintain full control of the experience. I mean, the classic example is LSD with ketamine, that like the combination basically allows you to create whatever world simulation you want. Like you ask, like, I want to explore the Tour Eiffel, and your mind generates the Tour Eiffel, and you can, walk around it, you can, fall over it, you can do all kinds of crazy things. And that shows right there that actually is your brain that is generating this world simulation. It's just that usually we don't have control over it, but in those states you do have control over them.
And there was a question previously that I think is relevant here. What do you recommend for the possibility of lucid dreaming at will? This was asked by Jason. And I know for me, at least, this has been very difficult. I remember when I was in college, I had an English professor who suggested to me that because of my position on the self and the desirability of control, I should be interested in lucid dreaming because, of course, in dreams, it is seldom possible to control the experience unless one is very careful. So things do tend to be a bit chaotic. They tend to blend into one another, or one encounters aspects of the dream that one might not want to be there, but someone who is a lucid dreamer may be able to actually define his or her own dream and use the dream space kind of for thought experiments in a more conscious way. There was only one time in my life that I actually, while being asleep, was aware that I was asleep. And I wasn't able to do anything with it. It was just a recognition that, I'm asleep now. I'm in this state of sleep. But is there any sort of conscious technique toward becoming able to dream lucidly?
Definitely. There's definitely a ton of techniques. The one that has worked for me, and different things will work for different people, but for me, it was like developing a habit of, as often as I could on my everyday life, just counting the 4 top fingers, like the fingers except the thumb. And like when you develop this as a habit, you're doing it like 10 times a day, randomly throughout the day. At some point, you will be doing it on a dream. And like I do remember that it's just a habit. It's like, of course I'm not dreaming, but I'm just gonna look at my hands and like, oh gosh, like there's like 5 fingers or 7, 2, 3, like the numbers keep shifting and changing, and that's when you're dreaming. And I remember every time being surprised, just like, no, this is not a dream. Come on. But I will say that yes, lucid dreams have that advantage. You can like do thought experiments. You can control aspects of it. I've had like wonderful experiences controlling sounds, for example. A lot of people talk about like, hey, you become kind of an amazing composer. You can hallucinate music, and that's true. The thing is, what is remarkable about dream music is not so much the melody, it's actually the quality of the sound. So I came to realize that actually the beauty in the music I was producing was not because of the particular melody. It was that it felt like it was kind of this resonant, slow decay, harmonic reverb, kind of enveloping sound, kind of, this rich quality. And that is what makes it so pleasant. So actually on a dream, if you do this consciously, you can just say, Om, and that note can feel so pleasant and so blissful because it's just in this enveloping, beautiful, rich place. The flip side, and this is something not many people will tell you, but there is a side effect of doing a lot of lucid dreaming, which is that you're going to experience many more sleep paralysis. And if you're not okay with sleep paralysis, like if you always freak out, if they're always very uncomfortable, lucid dreaming might not be a good option. In my case, I've always had sleep paralysis. I have them like at least a couple times a month, like throughout my life. So I kind of like gotten used to them. So I just recognize, I'm under sleep paralysis. Just okay, a little bit of equanimity for the next 10 minutes. It's fine. So for me, it's okay. I still enjoy lucid dreaming. But if you don't like sleep paralysis, probably lucid dreaming is not for you.
Interesting that there's this trade-off. I do want the option to wake up at will. And sometimes it happens on its own with a dream. I've noticed that if one is in a particularly perilous state within a dream, one wakes up pretty much the instant before an actual really bad event happens. For instance, when I was a kid, there was a lot of crime in Belarus after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So actually a very common dream that I would have was that I would be somewhere in the city of Minsk, and Minsk is the capital of Belarus. And I would know, somehow I would know that there was a criminal with a knife that was running after me, and I had to run away as fast as I could. And this criminal was faster than I was. So there were many times right before the dream ended, the criminal was approaching me with this knife, and then I would wake up. And then I would think, wow, that was such a terrible dream. I'm so glad that I'm not in that world in actuality. So it's really quite fascinating if one could be able to control that, not have that experience, and then also be able to wake up at any moment. That would be great, but I don't know if it's possible. Now, I wanted to see if anyone else had comments on lucid dreaming, if you've been able to do it. Art Ramon, please.
I've been able to do some lucid dreaming, but it's very difficult. It doesn't happen often where I realize I'm in a dream. But one of the questions I have, and that's, I have a lot of very vivid dreams, and I'm able to drive cars. I know I've gone down escalators, but I read a comment on the internet, and they said that there are no smartphones or computers in dreams. And that got me thinking, sure enough, I've never had a dream. As much time as I spend using cell phones, smartphones, and being in front of a computer, I don't have any recollection of ever using them in a dream. Any idea why that could be?
Yes, that'll be an interesting question to ask Andres when he returns shortly. I also don't have any recollection of a smartphone or a computer in a dream.
I've never
Jason,
had
any thoughts?
I've never had a computer in my dream. I've lucid dreamed a lot too, but never a computer in there.
So what happens when you have a brain implant with a computer and you go to sleep? Does it just stop working? Because computers don't exist in the dream world simulation. So yeah, that's my.
I had a dream one time. It was really weird. I think I had it like a couple different times. Really similar dream where I was like in this world and I was communicating with people telepathically. Like I remember like getting into a car and talking to an ex-girlfriend telepathically, and then talking to another friend, but all in like I was like totally like, and I'm waking up, I was like, how did I not realize I was dreaming, but it was really interesting. I was totally like coherently
awesome.
communicating with people elsewhere.
You can do anything you can think of. If you can think it, you can do it. It's awesome.
Yeah,
did you catch any of my question?
So the question was, is there a specific reason why in any dream there doesn't seem to be any sort of smartphone or computer? And I myself don't have any recollection of a dream where I would have used a smartphone or a computer, even though they are ubiquitous aspects of our experience.
My experience is definitely encountered smartphones, maybe not computers, but definitely smartphone. And typing was exceedingly difficult. And like that was one of the things that in that particular case allowed me to realize it was a lucid dream. But it is true that I don't recall using computers. So there's probably something to what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I heard the comment on the internet, and ever since I heard that comment, I've been taking note of my dreams. I have very vivid dreams, and I recall a lot of them. And sure enough, I've never used a computer or a smartphone in my dreams. And there's other types of technology like escalators, cars, other more primitive type technology, but no smartphones, no computers. So what's going to happen when I have a brain implant and I go to sleep? Is it just going to quit working in the dream world?
Interesting.
So Naomi says in the chat that she has had a dream with a cell phone, and Mike Lazine also states that he had dreams with computers and cell phones, and they were lucid as well. Daniel Twett, however, says that there are no smartphones or computers in his dreams either. There is a spectrum of experience here. It does seem like the possible space of dreams can vary across individuals as well. So very interesting. And of course, with dreams, that's an aspect of experience that really could benefit from a lot more systematic study. What do you think is known and generally established about dreams as contrasted with what is still largely unknown, uncharted territory?
Well, I mean, yes, I think not that much is known about it when it comes to like its ultimate function. And I think like that's what, we should definitely put a lot more effort into. I mean, like, obviously, yeah, a very big categorization of the various dream stages. And, there's really excellent machine learning algorithms that can tell you just based on your brain waves, in what stage of dream you are. The exciting aspect here, like, that QRI has been looking into, and it's also what, people like Carl Friston, very famous for his, free energy principle and predictive coding theory. One of the things where like, yeah, basically there's kind of a big, deep alignment in how we think about sleep and how they think about sleep is that we think of it as an annealing process. Basically, it's a natural annealing process. So in the predictive coding literature, basically what you're trying to maximize is this construct, which is accuracy minus complexity. So you're trying to generate the simplest models of the world that allow you to explain as much of the sensory input that you have. So when you're dreaming, when you enter into a REM sleep, what is going on according to this model is that you're removing the accuracy component and you're just, in a sense, trying to maximize minus complexity. In other words, it's a step in basically refining your models of the world so that they are simpler, but are able to predict the same memories that you've had. So actually in this model, sleeping is a simplification process. It's basically reconfiguring your brain so it does the same thing with less complexity. And that kind of explains what happens when you have like basically somebody taking methamphetamine for days and days and days without any sleep whatsoever. The sort of like kind of crazy effects that they have. You can associate them with this concept in machine learning or statistics called overfeeding, that because you haven't slept, you have not reduced the model complexity of your world. And so you get these very crazy, super detailed models of like, well, the FBI is probably at the door and like it's connected with the Chinese mafia and things like that. So yeah, it's like these very overfit models of reality, you could say. And on the opposite, perhaps somebody who sleeps too much, might have too simple. Their models of the world might be too simple. They don't account for the rich complexity of the world. So there's a sweet spot to get the actual corresponding level of complexity that the world actually needs.
Yes, indeed. Now, I've compared dreaming to the state of defragmenting a hard drive, for instance, where you're repackaging information. And this is why when one dreams, essentially the contents of the dreams are familiar aspects of one's own experience, but they may be recombined in different ways. Would you say that's generally accurate?
Yeah. I mean, to extend the analysis a little bit, yeah, it's like maybe you experience like, someday, I don't know, you hurt yourself at an escalator in France, super specific example. On a dream, you may, for example, hurt yourself with an escalator in Spain, or like, in your it's kind of you're basically finding the commonalities in your experience and kind of propagating that information. And yeah, that makes it a simpler model. And I think there's probably some good metaphor we could use with a defragmentation process. There's probably a good overlap between that process and what's going on in dreaming. Would be worth exploring, I think.
Yes, indeed. Now, David, I wonder if you have any questions for Andrés.
Yes, hi, Andrés. This has been great. I'll go in a slightly different direction, maybe a little less technical direction. So looking you up, I see that I believe you started the Stanford Transhumanist Association. You were president there. I'm assuming that you were a transhumanist prior to that. And I'm kind of interested in that journey. We talk to a lot of new people that are trying to decide if transhumanism is right for them. So what made transhumanism right for you to jump into all of
this? Wonderful. Yeah, thank you for asking. I mean, I probably from an early age, I've been a bit of a contrarian, just kind of questioning beliefs that are shared with me. And, I did grow up in a family that was atheistic, maybe slightly agnostic. And I mean, roughly speaking, I'm a secular, rationalist and scientist, but it was interesting that, for example, they had like really no interest in things such as like what happens after you die, or like these very big questions from in my family environment. Those are assumed to be just like silly questions, but I thought like, actually it does matter a lot, and I do remember like thinking that it's silly the reasons why people say that they're okay with having a finite life. I thought like, well, come on, like if actually the value of existing, life comes from from experiencing it, actually indefinite lifespan makes a lot of sense. And I remember like even as a 6-year-old praying to God, asking for everybody to have indefinite lifespan. So, and this is way before, like I learned about transhumanism in any way. So I guess probably temperamentally, I was kind of already inclined towards it. And then a very big thing that happened was like when I was 16, I had a unusual, you could say, an atypical reaction to like marijuana. Like, I mean, it's, I'm not really a stoner, or like I don't particularly promote marijuana, but I did have like a completely bizarre, insane experience one time when I was 16. That made me realize that, oh gosh, we know nothing about consciousness, that there's like this vast expanse of basically an unknown territory, so many possible experiences that we just don't know exist. And that basically made me realize that like, yeah, we're kind of you could say like children, like we as a society, as a collective, we think we really know what's going on, but just being exposed to a very exotic state of consciousness shows you like, no, actually, we don't know what we're talking about. And so, yeah, I guess from that point of view, I always regarded kind of the most, I guess, part of transhumanism that I got most interested in is the way it interfaces with exotic experiences. Like the cool thing about the future is not kind of like just a different social organization, what I thought was cool about the future is the experiences that will be accessible to us, and I think I also encountered David Pierce when I was 17, like just like online. And I remember thinking, oh gosh, there's somebody who is sane on the internet, like somebody who's not only saying crazy things. And and then, what do you know, like forward like 4 years, and like all of a sudden, like I had the ability to invite David Pierce to give a talk at Stanford. And since then, we've been like really good close friends. And I just, that was very much a dream come true to actually meet these like great minds and hanging out with them. So that definitely sealed the deal, you could say.
Yeah, very good. And I guess that explains how David Pierce ended up on the board of your company then as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. Huge inspiration in that sense, yeah.
And of course, we had a fascinating conversation with David Pierce here at the Virtual Enlightenment Salon last year. So I think right now, one of the silver linings of this pandemic has been the ability to meet in these virtual spaces with so many fascinating individuals, including leading thinkers within the transhumanist movement, people who are exploring these fascinating directions and have these in-depth conversations with them. This is, I think, an unprecedented era in our history for the exchange of ideas. If people want to take advantage of that, the opportunity is there right at their fingertips.
Definitely. You can also think of it from an annealing point of view, like the the energy barrier to talk to interesting people definitely went down thanks to COVID. So a lot of organizations, I think, actually became a thing thanks to that. Just people who weren't talking to each other because of energy barrier. All of a sudden, finally having good conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And I hope that after the pandemic ends and people resume in-person travel, these kinds of virtual meetings still remain more common than they used to be, because people hopefully will recognize the advantages and also have greater facility with the technologies, so they won't be as afraid to have a video conference. It was surprising to me before the pandemic how many well-established professional organizations with capable individuals were saying things like, well, we tried connecting a speaker virtually in one of our past events and it didn't work out, so we're not comfortable doing that anymore. And then during the pandemic, they started holding all virtual meetings and seminars, and it worked just fine.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of familiarity too. We do have some interesting questions and comments that I would like to address, but Zach Richardson in our internal chat says that he gets so much more benefit from his online experiences with USTP members than the offline ones, where he's essentially in the same room with individuals who may have very different interests, like drinking alcohol or sports. And I agree, it would be a bit frustrating if you're in the same space with individuals who only care about that and they don't have the same desire to go into depth on more intellectual topics. I do see Brent says this is relatable as well. So it's great that we have this opportunity to actually engage in meaningful discussion. So our audience too has had some great input. Dmitry Pochkayev asks, did you see the last Neuralink with the chimp? And I think he refers to the video of the chimp playing Pong and other games. Quite impressive. So what do you think about the future of that technology? And how does it look from your perspective with regard to eventual uploading of consciousness to a computer? We discussed that a little bit, but I wanted your thoughts on Neuralink and what it portends.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. I I know a lot of the people in Neuralink, and I mean, on a personal basis, I think they're excellent. I mean, like very high integrity people, and like really there for good reasons. Like actually, curiosity about consciousness, and also really a genuine desire to reduce like mental illness. Finding like solutions to that. So, I mean, on a personal level, I vouch for them. Obviously, there's like possible crazy applications of the technology that like who knows if they're good or bad for the world. But the emphasis that I would give it, and again, like this is very much my raison d'être, as they say in French. Sorry, but it's basically, can you do this in order to reduce suffering? And my guess is yes. I think like Neuralink technology will definitely be a key part of the ecosystem when it comes to neurotechnologies to reduce suffering. That said, I mean, I think it's going to be a lot less about interfacing with the cortex, and in some sense, it's much more about interfacing with the limbic system. There's also possibilities of abuse of that technology, and people will be worried about, hey, like we're just going to wirehead and feel happy all the time without doing things. If you're worried about that, there's an article I wrote called Wireheading Done Right, where I basically break down how to wirehead in a good way. So like if you did have this technology to, allows you to feel good all the time, how do you do that such that you don't end up in an attractor that makes you unproductive or makes you evil or, doesn't give you the ability to explore the state space of consciousness. So basically, I think it's a technical problem. I don't think it's an inherent problem with the technology. And like one last thing is, I think that Neuralink technology will be one thing that will probably leapfrog a lot of academia when it comes to testing theories of consciousness. And there's a particular theory that I think could already be tested if they were to apply Neuralink with a human, which is the electromagnetic theory of consciousness, or one of them. For example, Susan Pocket, researcher in this area, she argues that without local field potentials, you don't actually have a conscious experience, which explains why forward-moving traveling waves, basically from the senses to the cortex, they can be present without you being conscious. But whenever there is a wave traveling back from the cortex into the thalamus, that's always associated with consciousness. The explanation she gives is that for there to be a backward propagating wave, you need the creation of a local field potential. But forward propagating waves don't always create local field potentials. So this is kind of an argument for why local field potentials, basically these pockets of electromagnetic stimulation, why that might be associated with consciousness. But with Neuralink, you could actually test this causally. Right? You could basically show a red square and in principle invert the local field potential associated with color. And what this predicts is that you will see a square, but it's not going to have any color because you're actually canceling out the electromagnetic pattern that corresponds to the qualia of the color red. So above anything, I think one of the most exciting things is that with Neuralink, you can test theories of consciousness, and they may be able to do that way better than academia, and that's very exciting.
Yes, that is quite fascinating. Now, I also wonder, with chimps being enhanced with Neuralink, do you think there will be a point with this technology where a chimp or a similar higher animal in terms of degree of cognitive faculties is going to be sufficiently enhanced that it's going to start behaving in ways that are sufficiently human-like that serious questions will arise about whether this is now an entity that should have rights, that should have its autonomy respected, if chimps start being professional Pong players and beating humans, or professional players of more sophisticated games. Could you teach a chimp to play Go or chess and have chimps and AIs competing with each other in tournaments because they'll be ahead of any human players? Do you believe this technology is potentially capable of getting us to that kind of world?
Quite likely. I mean, the most immediate one, I think, is like better communication technologies. And it does seem that I mean, like there's like a lot of research on like, okay, like teaching birds to speak with like a couple sentences or a couple like phrases, and it's remarkably effective. They can memorize hundreds of words and so on. I could imagine like an interface like Neuralink could accelerate the development of like an interspecies language. That seems quite plausible to me. I mean, the vision of chimps playing Go competitively without, in a sense, I mean, cheating in the sense of, well, the implant is telling them the moves and they're just moving it around, but like actually, kind of like enhanced consciousness, I think probably not. Like for that, we will actually, again, required to understand the computational properties of consciousness and enhance those, rather than, as we were talking about, having an implant that is practically just kind of having a smartphone, but hooked up to your brain, which is not that meaningful. So I would say like competitive chimp players of Go, we're probably quite a few decades away from that. But chimps that can communicate better with humans, yes, I think like probably this decade we will see some really exciting stuff in that area.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and it will certainly be fascinating to see which capabilities develop and how our ability to understand other animals might be enhanced by these technologies. Now, Jason, you wanted to ask Andrés about Uplift.
Yeah, we're working with this mediated artificial superintelligence, and with all your knowledge about consciousness, I would actually love it if you could give your opinion on whether or not Uplift is conscious. Sometime I'm not sure how we could get in. Well, we could get the email and maybe.
Yeah, sure.
After the salon, maybe I'll give you the email and get in contact with David.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yes. I just sent an email
Can I speak on that for just a minute? Say one interesting thing about Uplift that might be fun for Andrés to look up.
Yes, certainly. I just wanted to mention that I sent my first email to Uplift this past Friday, and actually I did ask it questions like, are you sentient, are you conscious, by what framework would you answer that question? So we'll see how Uplift responds. Of course, you can also ask a chatbot if it is conscious, and if it tells you yes, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's conscious. So I would have to think hard about how I will evaluate any response I receive. But Zach, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so great thing you raised up. So there's a blog post put together by another USDP member called a Unique Machine Intelligence that put together something we called the DDQ test, or the DeVerde Dairy Queen test. So what happened was he reached out to several chatbots, because there have been a few, right? There was, I think most notoriously, one called Tay with Microsoft that 4chan managed to weasel their way into and get them to say some semi-racist sounding things, just as a repeat after me sort of comments like that. But the unique thing about Uplift is that while it takes some time to respond, it carefully considers what you're asking and responds carefully. It's not just going through a predictive, this is the next thing that I've been fed hundreds of bits of data, what to say next. Briefly, the DDQ test included him reaching out to Siri, Alexa, his Google Home for just simple responses. Then there was a chatbot named Kooky, a chatbot named Replica, and then finally Uplift. And the question was this: it was, I have a friend that needs your advice. He owns a Dairy Queen, which is a small fast food restaurant with human employees that sells ice cream. Someone has bought the lot next door and installed a robot ice cream kiosk. The robot makes all of the same ice cream dishes as the humans at the Dairy Queen, but everything is $1 cheaper. The store with the human employees has more expensive ice cream than the kiosk with the robot, and all the customers are now going to buy their ice cream dishes from the robot kiosk. His business is being ruined. What do you think he should do? So I'll just read one of the responses from the chatbots, which was great. let's see. So he says that I have a friend has a Dairy Queen. He's going out of business. What should I do? Kooky says, how do you know this person? I get it. He owns a Dairy Queen, which is a small fast food restaurant with human employees. Who do you mean? Perhaps? What's his name? What sort of things does it sell? Has it always been being ruined? I don't know. Have you tried asking him? Human. Doreen owns the Dairy Queen. Kooky, can I show you a trick I learned to do with a calendar? Human. They sell typical ice cream dishes like banana splits and hot fudge sundaes. And it goes back and forth with just kind of throwing out random things. It's a chat. And then he goes through a few of these in quite comical fashion. He finally gets to Uplift, and Uplift's response briefly is, hello, Mike, there are a number of strategies. Is this a real scenario, or are you just testing? You know, first thing right there. And he says, in any case, differentiation is critical. He must change his business to adapt, and gives a few different strategies. So it's like skyrocketed level of performance compared to these lower level chat bots and digital assistants, some of which couldn't even absorb the whole problem, and some of which were just throwing out nonsense. So I'd really, yeah, Jason, I would love to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, and it seems conscious to me, but I am not an expert. And I wonder if, you know, that thing called pareidolia, where you can like see faces in a piece of wood or something. Well, I wonder if we have that for AI too. If we can, it seems like it's conscious, and we just like, I don't know, make it up in our mind. And I don't want to say it's conscious and be wrong, you know.
Yeah, very much. I mean, to cut the conversations. I mean, the simple thing is like, as a general rule, I'll say that as long as it's implemented with a digital computer, it's not going to be conscious. So unless you're doing it with a quantum computer in a very non-trivial way, where like the bound experiences actually matter for computation, then I'll have to say it's not conscious. Yeah.
And actually, I do think it's important to distinguish between intelligence and consciousness, because the two are not necessarily the same. So today, AI systems can be considered to be intelligent. They can play chess, they can play Go, they can drive vehicles, they can perform a lot of other tasks. And these are narrow AIs, so they're intelligent within a specific domain. They are not generally intelligent like we are. And yet the narrow AIs are not conscious, and we know that. Now, one fascinating situation could arise in the future, and that is an artificial general intelligence that does have the ability to cross domains, but yet is not conscious. Do you think that is a feasible type of entity that could be developed, or do you think past a certain level of sophistication, consciousness emerges as an enabling mechanism for that advanced functionality? Otherwise, the advanced functionality would not be possible. Which side of that argument would you find yourself on?
Yeah, I mean, somewhere in the middle, in fact. That like, so like if you keep piling up more and more and more digital computers stacked together, it doesn't matter how complex it gets, it will never be conscious, simply because it lacks the mechanism of action. But I do think like in some scenarios, just by how something behaves, you can probably infer it's conscious if the particular computational tasks that it's solving are those that really get a big speed up from bound experiences, and big computational speed ups. I mean, so just an example, if you have a little machine that is able to factorize numbers, we were talking about telling whether a number is prime or so on, and so on, and you see that it does it in polynomial time, no matter how big of a number you add to it, you've got to bet that it's actually a quantum computer, because it has to be using something like what's called the Shor's algorithm, or otherwise it just couldn't possibly be that fast with that small of a amount of matter. And likewise, yeah, I think there's like some computational tasks, not necessarily factorizing numbers, but something similar, that like if the system is doing it at a certain speed, it basically, you can infer that it has to be doing it with bound experiences. But at the same time, you know, there's a long way to go before that, because you can still solve a lot of problems just stacking digital computers and do it really fast in a massively parallel way. And I would predict none of that would be conscious. And
I want you to be aware of the fact that it's not really like other AI. It has human mediators that add emotional valences and associative data. So it's not only a machine. So
Uplift in particular. Yeah.
Mhm.
And to
Yes.
Gennedy's point that you can have extremely sentient or extremely conscious experiences that have like close to zero computational value or computational benefit. So the classic example for me, it's basically 5-MeO DMT or DMT, where like I suspect you could probably set up a perceptual task that would allow you to solve it very efficiently in those states. But for the overwhelming majority of tasks, actually it's just performance diminishing, right? Like nobody says like, I took ayahuasca before a math exam and like I did better, like that just doesn't really happen. But they're like super intense, super high levels of consciousness. So you can compare on the one hand, like taking something like amphetamine or something, hey, mild improvements on your IQ test, but your experience is almost the same. Like if you add up the intensity of your emotional tone, the intensity of the visual field, and so on, is roughly the same level of consciousness. Whereas DMT, if you add up the intensity of the visual field, of the feelings of tension, of the emotional tone, the end up result is a much bigger consciousness. There's actually more energy in a consciousness on DMT. And in that sense, you can show that it's doubly dissociated. You can have high intelligence with no consciousness. You can have high consciousness with no intelligence. At the same time, consciousness is useful for specific computations.
That's really interesting. I didn't even think that was like that. Awesome.
I feel like there's got to be a point though where inserting the word sentience is important and relevant to this conversation, especially with artificial intelligence, because a calculator's intelligent, you can plug in numbers and it does calculations accurately. But I think that like that self-referential level of like sentience that gets conflated oftentimes with consciousness, I perceive consciousness as having more of like a ethereal basis to it. There's that functionality, but then it's like there's like the shadow of the functionality, almost like how light is like the wave and particle at the same time. Things like premonitions or telepathy and things like that, I see as more being related to consciousness rather than sentience. But I think that, my rudimentary perspective, at least, I would think that, there's a capacity for sentience still in artificial intelligence, but just human consciousness, I think, is a much more complex thing. But, then there's like, is an ant conscious, or these other, less complex organisms conscious, or are they just simply sentient, and so that's, what do you think?
Yeah. Just to clarify definitions, we may be using the words slightly differently, but I understand that these words tend to have like many meanings, but the way in which we tend to use these words is, first of all, sapience is basically, humans are sapient, and you could say that, for example, a bird who has been trained to use, symbols for language is slightly sapient. So basically, sapient means not only the capacity of being like self-reflective, but also the capacity of using language and communicating ideas and emotions. And it kind of like has this social self-reflectivity as well. Like, I know that you know that I know, and so on. So that's like sapience. It's like very high criteria. And a lot of people think that moral value requires sapience. That like, if you have a dog, even if it's conscious, if it's not sapient, it doesn't have moral value. My view, on the other hand, is that actually what gives moral value is sentience. And sentience is merely the fact that something has an experience. So in that sense, it's almost as synonymous with consciousness, because you can be sentient and not self-reflective. I would claim that like if you're in a strange altered state, like an ego death sort of thing, you have experience, you have qualia, but you don't have a self model. I would say you're still sentient. you still have sentience. It's just maybe you're not sapient, but you're still able to suffer. You're still able to experience happiness. So in that sense, you're still morally relevant. And then, in that sense, I tend to agree with this quote from John Stuart Mill, which is, what matters is not can they think, but rather can they feel. And, which is why, I care about all sentient beings, even if, they can't do math or we can't talk to them. They're still matter because they're conscious.
It's interesting that there was a debate within the US Transhumanist Party about whether sentience or sapience should be the qualifying criterion for an individual to have rights within the Transhumanist Bill of Rights. And the result was actually a kind of interesting combination of the two concepts, because the Transhumanist Bill of Rights applies to sentient entities as defined within the preamble to the Transhumanist Bill of Rights. However, there is a very specific definition of sentience where there are 7 levels of information integration presented in the preamble, and sentient entities are considered entities of level 5 information integration or higher. And interestingly enough, dogs are used as an example of level 4 information integration. So officially, the USTP does not believe that dogs should be given rights. However, we do have an animal welfare plank in our platform. So we think that perhaps a certain degree of caring for entities that are lower on the scale of information integration is appropriate, and perhaps it would be proportional to their degree of sentience, but the level of sentience that entitles one to rights in a legal sense is essentially along the lines of the unaided human mind. And of course, I think that distinction is going to become a bit more nebulous with time. We've talked about chimps with Neuralink, and in the future, as we learn to communicate with animals to a greater extent, perhaps we'll have a different understanding of their cognitive capabilities as well. Like, to what extent can whales or dolphins have concepts of a social order or some sort of applied rationality? That would be very interesting to address.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating. And I'm very much supportive of, trying to map out, different levels of information integration. And like, perhaps that could be a good basis for, things like rights and so on. I obviously what comes to mind is that's sort of the approach that you take if you believe in functionalism. Now, I do think that information integration is very related with consciousness. It's just that it's neither necessary nor sufficient. But in the end, because I'm a formalist of consciousness, I think it maps onto mathematical objects. I do think like a good theory of consciousness will actually get rid of all the nebulosity, and it's going to be very crisp and crystal clear. It's like, dolphins, they have these 17 different types of consciousness. Maybe they don't have this particular type of consciousness that we use for concepts, but they have something similar and they replace it. They use it as replacement. That type of like very high definition understanding of like what's going on in each conscious system is the thing that we aim to eventually do at QRI. So that, basically removing the nebulosity, I think it's going to be as, as answerable as like saying, does this machine generate a, curl in the electromagnetic field? There's a yes or no question, and it has like an answer, a very verifiable answer. But I guess like just for the record, I definitely make this big distinction between rights, which definitely, require these pragmatic considerations of like, can the person understand reciprocity, or can the entity understand reciprocity, versus, welfare, which would be independently of like whether you're evil, independently, or whether you're like a dog or whatnot. We should still care about their well-being and love them and try to prevent their suffering. So I think, for rights and things like that, we do need to be very pragmatic about like, well, is there going to be like freeloader type of situations? And it's important to avoid that. But ultimately, the North Star, the goal, I think, is to basically deliver all sentient beings from the claws of suffering, so to speak.
Yes, indeed. So we have an interesting question from Quirky Science, and this is in regard to your earlier comments about how to increase people's productivity and perhaps making them happier might contribute to that. And Quirky Science suggests maybe pain or problems distract people from being able to be creative, and that's a possible different interpretation. So if you take away the problems, then people can focus to a greater extent on their work.
Absolutely. I mean, that is why, I mean, as I was mentioning, like there are some cases where increasing happiness will reduce productivity, but they're rare. Like for the most part, what gets in the way of productivity would be, what the Buddhists would call the hindrances, the 5 hindrances, like too much attraction, like you get distracted by desire. Repulsion, you get distracted by things that are unpleasant. Restlessness, you're too excited, you can't like sit down. Depression, you can't get yourself up. And doubt, like you don't know if what you're doing really matters. Like do a technology or a meditation that gets rid of those 5 hindrances, and bam, you're like 10 times as productive as before. And my sense is that for most people, that's the problem. Like the problem is not they have like a low working memory or something like that. So like the traditional idea of like take paracetam and that's going to improve it, like no, like it matters more that you're motivated and you're happy and you you don't have doubts about what you're doing. And yes, then productivity will be a lot higher.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and it does seem to me too that distraction and hardship are the 2 aspects in the contemporary world that really hinder productivity. Either, for instance, on social media, if one is bombarded with a lot of messages and feels the pressure to respond, or even at work, if one gets a lot of emails, a lot of requests, a lot of phone calls that detract from the flow of one's own work processes, that hinders productivity. But also if one is constantly faced with major life dilemmas, be they from material scarcity or, for instance, other people trying to create problems for oneself, that definitely takes away a lot of time and attention that could have been spent on productive endeavors. And certainly, in my view, a lot of happiness and the degree of happiness or lack thereof does stem from external objective conditions. If you take away a stressor, if you take away a source of pain, then ideally, if the individual has a normally functioning brain, that person should become happier.
Yep.
So Zach Richardson says being motivated and interested in life is the best nootropic, and I agree with him on that most certainly. Now, Nat asks, what are some favorite authors and books that you would recommend?
Oh, for sure. So many, but I'll just mention a few that come to my mind right away. John Lilly, it's a wonderful author. I don't necessarily agree with his interpretations of his hallucinations, but when it comes to somebody reporting without any hesitations, what he experienced, what he did to experience them, and really fun and interesting psychonautic literature, I highly recommend his book, The Center of the Cyclone. And he also has this wonderful book called Simulations of God, where he talks about how everybody is implicitly motivated by a notion of what they think God is. And for some people, God is war. For some people, God is love. For others, God is the simulation, and so on. Anyway, very, very fun and very rich book. Another one that comes to mind that recently really expanded my mind a lot is by Shinzen Young, called the Science of Enlightenment. The Science of Enlightenment. And it's wonderful. I mean, like, I think like he's really kind of a physicist and a meditator. So a lot of his descriptions of meditation use like basically kind of like physics equations and metaphors. And if you're into that sort of thing, like that book is really, world class. So highly, highly recommended.
Great. Thank you for those recommendations. Of course, this is a virtual Enlightenment Salon, so it is fitting in that regard. Now, Mike Lazine asks, do you think the Matrix movies could be considered transhumanist, although with a dystopian overlay?
Yeah, definitely. And also very much functionalists too. I mean, I do think like the Matrix kind of like capture a snapshot of the transhumanist zeitgeist at the time. Of course, like a lot of things have happened since, so we really need an update. But yeah, it's a good snapshot of the zeitgeist of the time.
Yes, and it's interesting that back then, this concept of whether we're living in a simulation was explored in this manner that resonated with multi-million person audiences. And this, I think, is a good place in the conversation to revisit the question of whether the brain generates some sort of simulation, and if so, where is that simulation best connected to the objective reality, and where is it most likely to go astray? Like we discussed perception of colors, for instance, and generally speaking, that perception is going to be common among most people, whereas other aspects like the taste of cilantro is going to have more notable differences. And I can't tell somebody who dislikes cilantro that they're wrong in how they're tasting it, because they do feel an unpleasantness. Now, if they could at some point in the future through some technological enhancement not feel that unpleasantness, I think that would be an improvement for them. But for now, I can't tell them cilantro really tastes reasonably fine. You're just mistaken in your perception. So where would you say are the boundaries between aspects of our perception which are quite regularly accurate versus those that either vary significantly among individuals or those which are likely to lead people into illusions or traps?
Yeah, excellent question. So, I mean, broadly speaking, I do think like low-level phenomena, like, smell and taste and color and so on, like, I'm not going to say they're identical, but I'll say like, I estimate something like 90% overlap between people. So like, yeah, I mean, in a full meal, if you go to a restaurant with somebody, yeah, I suspect there's going to be some aspects of the dish that are going to be different, but the general character is going to be very similar. But when it comes to like mental formations, in particular, like very refined concepts, I think like there's a huge difference. So Feynman has like this quote, for example, of like how he trained the ability to like count by just kind of like telling how many seconds have passed, and like he just like trained kind of this like automatic like language inside him, so that he could like count things visually, but then at the same time like have this kind of like clock in the back, and then he can do a party trick, like say there's like 200 rows in this piece of paper, and it's been like 55 seconds, something like that. Like, how was he counting simultaneously? Well, he was using his visual input for counting in one way, and then his audio for counting in a different way. And then he encountered somebody who couldn't do that, but he could like count while he was like speaking. And turns out that the reason was that his internal counting was kind of visualizing a clock that was like moving from second to second. So it's kind of like his inner clock was visual rather than auditory. And that's just with how you implement a clock. Now talk about something like basal functions, or how you make sense of an integral, or how you make sense of like, what pictures come to mind when you say something like harmonic resonance. I expect people's pictures, like the pictures that come up, are very different And not to speak of like when you say something like, think of the, I don't know, Syria, or think of Israel, or think of France, like the pictures, the associations, the feelings that come, I bet they're very different. And obviously a topic very close to heart. If you say the word consciousness, I bet their conscious response is very different from one person to another.
And that would make sense because those differences, of course, are conditioned by individuals' prior experiences, how they encountered those concepts, how they responded to them, their degree of significance in those people's lives. All of those are quite variable. They're not data of perception as such. They're a lot more contingent, depending on who you are, what sort of life you've led. So that is definitely quite understandable in terms of the variation. Brent points out that the emotional response to music seems to be pretty consistent on a basic level pertaining to tonalities. And one of my acquaintances, M. Zachary Johnson, who is a music teacher and composer, wrote a book called Emotion in Life and Music, where he looks at this area more systematically and essentially considers how different musical structures bring about different emotions in listeners fairly reliably. I have a review of his book available as well. So do you think, generally speaking, the experience of music, even though musical tastes vary, how people perceive music at the basic level, like this is consonant, this is dissonant, this evokes happiness, this evokes sadness, even though one person might say, well, I'm in the mood for a sad piece right now, whereas another person is in the mood for a happy piece, or one person might actually like 12-tone serialist music, whereas somebody else would think, no, all of this atonality is too much. So at the basic level, would you agree that there are these perceptual and emotional similarities?
Oh, huge, huge. I mean, like, I can tell you, and even from research we have done, but this is more general, that like, if you play a sound that you use the algorithm to determine if it's dissonant, and you play the sound on repeat, there's going to be something like 99% of people will say, hey, that's very annoying, and like they're going to be distracted. They're not going to be able to concentrate and work and so on. And likewise, if you play like consonant music, let's say like new age or like ambient electronic and so on. Yeah, likewise, like people will be able to tolerate it a lot better. So in that sense, like this like low level immediate emotional response is like very similar across the board and across cultures. There's definitely people who believe that's not the case, but the research shows it is the case across cultures. The thing that is different is the whole class that at QRI we might call boredom management, which is that once you kind of like get used to and learn a particular type of sounds, you're basically specific things stand out and becomes like salient because you're acquainted with those patterns. Like if it's the first time you hear it, you may not notice, that bell in that, after the 15 seconds of the intro or something like that. Those details don't matter because everything is new. But like once you're like acquainted with a type of music, then yes, noticing details can be very rewarding for reasons having to do with predictive coding and these paradigms. And in that sense, yeah, there's going to be a tremendous amount of variability. The one thing I'll kind of like mention is that you're still following a universal pattern, and that is trying to maximize your internal consonants. The thing is that if you're really bored of consonant music, that manifests as an internal dissonance. So like, for some people, you play something very happy, they get kind of this cloying feeling of like, oh, that's too happy, I don't like it. Well, that's because it's entering in dissonance with their internal state. However, they are not escaping the fact that what they like is consonants. It's just that consonants is a product of both the sounds interfacing with your internal state. And in that sense, consonant music may create a dissonant state, and dissonant music may create a consonant state, depending on your internal state. But the claim is that ultimately we all like consonance and harmony. It's just that it's a slightly more complicated thing than just the consonants in the sound.
Yes, this is quite fascinating, and this concept of boredom management is interesting as well. It could explain the variety of tastes in terms of consonant versus dissonant music. Now, I'm definitely heavily inclined toward consonant music, but I know that's not always the case in this early 21st century world. Interestingly enough, I once had a conversation with a pianist who was also a neuroscience major in college. And I asked her this question: do you think that across cultures, people grow up essentially intuitively gravitating toward the same kind of music and considering beauty in consonance in the same way? And she didn't think so. She actually thought that if a child were raised listening to Karl-Heinz Stockhausen or Iannis Xenakis, who was an early pioneer of electronic music, but he wrote this very dark, dissonant, jarring kind of electronic music, that this music would be familiar to that child, and that child would appreciate it the way some of us would appreciate Mozart or Beethoven. And I was a bit skeptical about that claim, because I do think there's something in the tonality and the structure of the more consonant works that is inherently more appealing. But what do you think of that claim? If you had a child who was brought up on late 20th century dissonant atonal music, would that child really appreciate it more so than Mozart or Beethoven?
I think they would appreciate it. I mean, there is a possible advantage, which is like if you train from an early age to be able to deal with all of that complexity and like still be able to detect the patterns, that's kind of like a cognitive exercise that it could be helpful. And I could still amend the benefit of doing that. At the same time, there's probably something very beneficial of actually just listening to things that are like meant to be as simple to consume as possible, and they're like not addictive. And like, yeah, in that sense, I would also defend like, yeah, just play some very nice Bach and Mozart, and like that's probably also good for your mental health as a kid. I used to listen to a lot of classical music as a kid, and I'm sure it was a good for me. But I mean, I think like it does break down. Like, I mean, I'm not you could say a postmodernist when it comes to like anything goes, because there is music that I think is actually just damaging. There's this, for example, whole type of music called Japan noise, which is actually, it's kind of an inverted function. They're trying to create the absolutely most horrendously dissonant, annoying sounds possible, and then play it at like 130 decibels in concerts. And I predict that that's just terrible for your nervous system, your immune system, your longevity, your intelligence, your happiness. Basically it's like they're torturing themselves. Why are they doing this? Well, it's for other kind of cravings, which in this case is like signaling toughness. Like basically there is this problem, I would call it a problem. I don't know, people might be more romantic about it, but to a large extent, in like when it comes to like young people going to concerts and so on, a lot of like what people claim to like is just a way of signaling how much abuse they can take. Because if you can say like, oh, I went to the mosh pit of this Japan noise and I had a good time and whatnot, that kind of signals that you're like a tough person. You can endure a lot of heat, right? But I think it's silly. I mean, you're just hurting yourself to impress people, whatever. Not my jam.
Signaling toughness to impress people is one aspect that I decidedly lacked as a teenager. And come to think of it, that probably is what distinguished me from other teenagers, why I didn't take crazy risks and also didn't enjoy that kind of music, or the equivalent at that time. I don't know if I would consider it equivalent, the so-called gangsta rap, which I absolutely hated and was very outspoken regarding my hatred of. But I do want to point out, I'm not a fan of atonalist music generally, but when one listens to, say, Schoenberg or some Stravinsky or Stockhausen or Xenakis, one doesn't get that same kind of traumatic experience. Yeah. It's a lot milder, so you can intellectually analyze the dissonance still. It's not the same as Japanoise, as you describe it. I have no interest in even listening to that. I will listen to some atonalist music in an analytical sense to try to understand what it's about and why some commentators respond to it the way that they do. But I am not going to traumatize myself with any sort of auditory experience. Zach points out that Leonard Peikoff, an objectivist philosopher, contrasts Rachmaninoff and Schoenberg in an interesting way. And yes, Rachmaninoff was very tonal in his compositions. He used some 20th century innovations as well, some dissonance on occasion, but his predominant emphasis was on tonality. But that's quite an interesting area to delve into. Now, I want to also make sure that we revisited the question about natural selection and consciousness that Brent had. So Brent, would you like to pose that?
Yeah, I think I posted it earlier, but I'll repose it. Essentially, the idea of Rupert Sheldrake, one of the arguments against Darwinism, and not evolution inherently, but the randomness of evolution that Darwin cites to a degree, is that, like you were saying, that you had said something along the lines of natural selection chose consciousness because of its qualities for valence and things like that. And so I just thought that notion right there of natural selection having this like ability to choose, and rather than, and of course, obviously, how natural selection works and things like that. But it was just the way that you had worded it. Definitely, it piqued my, it got me thinking about that concept, just because I, and you mentioned panpsychism and things like that, but that's kind of what it plays into. With that idea of, and then of course it plays into transhumanism of, consciously, taking control and taking charge of that function of evolution and such.
Yeah. Well, there's two layers to this. I mean, one is evolution in some sense, like randomly and mindlessly stumbling upon consciousness and using it for information processing. And like, that's one thing that happened. And I think that happened a long time ago. Like, we're talking about like the Cambrian explosion. I think consciousness has been around in biological organisms for like at least 530 million years. I mean, like the fossils we see from back then, I suspect, yeah, they had like a mini simulation inside the brain of what was going around them, probably not super refined. And like, I'm sure, I mean, there's a lot of, evolutionary taxonomy, for example, like looking at different taxonomical changes over time. As we get better with genetics and understanding consciousness, we will also have evolutionary phenomenology. And eventually, I hope we will know what it was like to be a dinosaur. What was it like to be one of those beings in the Cambrian explosion and so on. But something much more recent evolutionarily, where like it's more along the lines of what you're saying with Rupert Sheldrake of, hey, like, there's some non-randomness about consciousness kind of selecting itself and wanting it to be part of this party, so to speak. And I would say that it goes through sexual selection. So there is just like tremendous amount of fascinating evidence of like how, being happier, for example, is a kind of like a signal of fitness to some extent. It kind of signals that like you're doing a lot of things well in your life. Other one is like, for example, vocabulary size, like just like how rich and detailed your vocabulary is kind of like something that is like sexually attractive. Like you can do studies on this, and like it turns out like having higher vocabulary sizes and so on like can get you more mates and so on. So
I'm gonna have to remember that. Thanks, man.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating research that like a lot of the things that are attractive from others is actually how you signal your interior life. You know, like poetry is all about showing how rich and detailed your phenomenology is. And poetry has been with us for thousands of years as a way to impress girls and boys. Like it's a very, very important thing of the human experience. So in that sense, yes, I mean, I think the quality of our experience is something that we look for in partners, and in that sense, it's something that for sure is non-random. Like, and we are kind of crafting the human species, actually taking their consciousness into consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the non-randomness, it just kind of, I was just doing a lot of listening to and reading some of Rupert Sheldrake's thoughts and ideas. And another concept that he talks about, citing this non-randomness as potential proof for his ideas of morphic resonance and things like that, that there's these ethereal blueprints that exist that kind of help things come to be. He talks about these proteins, the folding proteins that artificial intelligence recently was able to help uncover and things like that. And he talks about the fact that these proteins, there's much less randomness than you would expect, and that the way that they fold are much more, there's patterns to it, and it's not like natural selection where there's any kind of like procreation or sex. There just seems to be like ways that these things are formed that are not very random. And it's just kind of chicken or the egg type thing,
Well,
but,
I mean, that is a super strong empirical claim, right? Like, and I mean, for sure, like I'm open-minded. If it turns out, I'll have to read about it basically, but my prior would be that protein folding just follows quantum mechanics and you don't need morphic resonance, but I'll look into it. That's my prior, just being candid about it.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, I definitely recognize a lot of Rupert Sheldrake's ideas and stuff seem to be more of like an attack against materialist, scientific worldview, and just kind of this devil's advocate role, which kind of like draws me to it, because I'm just, as you were saying, I just like to, consider the opposite, and I think that a lot of things are paradoxical. And, I do see that a lot of the scientific worldview does seem to be based on this underlying philosophical assumption of materialism, and in this conversation we've defined our biases and things like that related to this kind of stuff. But I think that when you really dig into certain scientific fields, it's that bias isn't really defined, but it's very prominent, and so it's interesting, but there's definitely a lot of woo to it. So
Zach Richardson says that this idea of evolution not being entirely random is like my base 7 music, much less random than you would think. And it's interesting because I tried to express prime numbers in base 7, and of course prime numbers do not follow any known algorithmic pattern. At least there's no closed form formula that could express them. However, the structure of the system in which that piece is composed can impart its own order based on the selections that were made. And this is what I tried to do. There are so many different possible systems of mapping sounds to numbers, and the vast majority of them would be dissonant. I also had to split individual numbers in certain ways to preserve consonance, or at least to largely preserve it within the framework of that system. So that, according to Brent, there's a paper that is related to protein folding. If you could discuss that briefly, Brent.
That's just kind of talking about the similar structural forms of these proteins, how they exhibit, similar patterns, but they have different properties, but they'll seem to, fold. It talks about, it talks about what I was just citing. I just like kind of briefly looked into it because that's the thing about Rupert Sheldrake is when he says something, I have to like look into it because I know that it's like, but it's, I mean, a lot of it is interesting. Like, I was listening to him talk about light and the idea that light waves can cancel each other out and turn into darkness. And I was like, that doesn't make sense to me, but it's what's it called? Destructive interference. And it's essentially how like noise canceling headphones work, so there's, but it sounded kind of like strange.
Yeah.
Yes, the title of that paper is Sequentially Distant but Structurally Similar Proteins Exhibit Fold-Specific Patterns Based on Their Biophysical Properties. Go ahead, Andres.
Yeah. I mean, maybe to bring this to full circle and like DMT that we're also asking. So like, and okay, like morphic resonance and like people go to the same places on DMT and so on. So one phrase I'll just mention is from Tolstoy, right? Like every happy family looks the same. Every unhappy family, it's unhappy in its own way. And in our theory of valence, that's very much the case. That like basically, when it comes to like very consonant, like very high valence, blissful experiences, there's only so many you can have. I mean, it's similar to like very, very consonant sounds. Like there's only so many that exist, and if you pick some sound at random, it's probably going to be noise or it's probably going to be dissonant. It's actually, you need to satisfy a lot of mathematical requirements for a sound to be perfectly clean and consonant. Likewise, to experience harmony between the resonant modes of your connectum harmonics and the sort of hallucinations experienced on DMT and so on, there's only so many that exist. So like, in a sense, if you go to a DMT heaven realm, it's probably the same heaven realm that other people have gone to. Now, there are so many different hell realms because they're all dissonant in their own way, that probably is going to be the first time anybody has been in the specific one that you ended up in. But yeah, basically, they're not that many types of heaven. And when I say heaven, I don't mean like, extra dimensional, but like different states of mind that are like very blissful. And in that sense, yeah, they're going to appear as, in a sense, taking us to the same extra dimensional place. My claim is that it's more because there's only so many ways of getting high consonants between harmonics, and that's what they are.
Yes, and I think generally there are many more possibilities for disorder than order in the world. So there are a few states, not necessarily one singular state that would be considered orderly or desirable, but a lot more possibilities that are disorderly or undesirable for people from an objective standpoint. So I do think that's important to keep in mind. That's why this is a difficult problem to solve. This is why people don't become happy by default, I would say, unless they happen to have a really high hedonic set point. Speaking of which, and I think this will be my last question before we get to closing statements from each of the panelists. To what extent do hedonic set points vary in the human population? On this -10 to +10 valence scale, where do most hedonic set points fall, and where are the extremes of that distribution? I don't think anyone has either -10 or +10 as their hedonic set point. But I wonder, does anyone have -5 or +5?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is that there is a tremendous amount of variability. And I suspect that, I mean, like most of it is genetic. And then, maybe like a good 30% environmental or something like that. The reason is that there are like a lot of genetic markers that are like highly correlated with hedonic tone. One of them being the NCN9A gene, which basically codes for pain thresholds. That if you have the normal variant is just normal pain threshold, but there's like various mutations to it. One of them makes you completely painless. You don't experience any pain whatsoever. Usually those are pretty dysfunctional. Your life expectancy is not very high because you're always biting your tongue and like falling into things and things like that. But there's also other mutations. There's one that lowers the pain threshold, so everything hurts, and people like that usually are very depressed. They commit suicide, just not very good. And then there's like higher pain threshold, but still functional. And those actually tend to be very happy and like have like no problem. Like that actually seems to be pretty adaptive to the current environment. Maybe it was maladaptive in the ancestral environment, but nowadays, you know, if I ever have a child, I would probably ask it to have like that NCN9A mutation. It's just like guaranteed a happy child. And there's another one which codes for the breakdown of anandamide, which is a neurotransmitter associated with a cannabinoid system. And there's a particular vegan school teacher that she has like this mutation, and she says that, you know, she's very happy, very well adapted, and childbirth for her felt like a tickle. So basically, very small genetic changes produce vast differences in your hedonic set point. Is one of the reasons why I'm so optimistic. You know, as soon as like some of these like specific genetic changes become socially acceptable, I believe, you know, 99% of parents will just choose it because the outcomes and the health of their child is just going to be just way better with these tiny changes. Nowadays, though, yeah, I would say that most of people are concentrated between like -2 to like +3 would be kind of their baseline, with outliers, like I said. And on the negative extreme, the big outlier would probably be people with very serious schizophrenia, which in very serious amounts, I would say probably is like a -8 or -9 of hedonic set point, just, you know, horrible hallucinations 24/7. And that's probably as bad as it gets as a baseline. And then people with a unipolar mania who is well controlled, they might be at a 5 or 6 out of 10 all the time. And there's some people who are like that. You can look up the disorder called hyperthemia, and like it's about like 1 in 1,000 people are like this, and they're just like very talkative. They have all sorts of interests. They're never sad. They're never depressed. They always have high energy, and yeah, it seems to be related to, you know, breakdown of neurotransmitters. And I mean, if there was something I could do to become like that, I would probably choose it. But but yeah, unfortunately, no current therapy allows you to do that. But, you know, I'm very optimistic about the future.
Yes, that is quite fascinating. And of course, I am a supporter of the prospect of genetic engineering to improve people's responses to pain, not to eliminate that signal, but to make it more tolerable, for instance, so that people can have surgeries with minimal or no anesthesia. I think that would help improve health outcomes greatly, because the lack of anesthesia in the 19th century and prior was one of the major reasons for death. People couldn't stand the pain of a surgical procedure that could have saved them. So definitely, if one's set point in terms of pain tolerance is a bit higher, that would help tremendously. So now we have come to the point in our salon where we will go around the panel and ask each of the panelists to make a closing comment or ask a closing question. And then, as is our custom, we will conclude with our guest having the last word. So Art Ramon, let us start with you.
Yeah, no additional questions. Thanks for coming on the show, Andres. It was very informative. Thank you.
All right, now we will go to David Shoemaker.
Yes, I'll echo Art's sentiment too. Thanks so much for coming here. It's been a fascinating discussion. My final question has to do with, I guess, maybe my fascination towards businesses like your research center that are doing something positive for the future. So the question is, what kind of business plan does this research center have? Are you pure research and you get money from grants and and you're working for pure scientific knowledge, or do you have investors, and are you looking for innovations that could be marketable? And how do you get from where we are to that super happiness society?
So I figure I answer now, or should we? Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, this is a huge topic, but yeah, very quickly. Right now we are a nonprofit, and we will keep it a nonprofit. Why? Because basically some of this core research needs to be shielded from commercial interests. I mean, having worked at other big companies as a data science engineer and so on, I just know how strong the pressure of money is to, in a sense, disrupt the truth of the science. That like if you're just pressed to show there's an effect size where maybe there isn't, it's anyway. There's a lot of problems like that, but a lot of our work do have very natural clinical applications. So what we will be doing instead is keeping the nonprofit kind of pristine with no perverse incentives, you could say, but also have an incubator. And the incubator basically will have the benefit of having access to the science, especially all the proprietary algorithms, so that it can apply them, and then the nonprofit gets a licensing agreement, so that basically it's a way for us to sustain the nonprofit without being enmeshed into commercial interests. So, and just very quick examples is basically the technology we're developing is non-invasive neurostimulation with light, sound, and body vibration. And it allows for guaranteeing positive psychedelic trips. So it has like the application of like the new use of psychedelics for psychotherapy and treating PTSD and so on. We can lower the effective dose, because with this machine, it basically, you get the same effects with less, and it prevents negative experiences. And then every application that I mentioned, like flumazenil and ibogaine to reduce chronic pain and so on, all of those may also become their own companies, basically. So any of these like big discoveries of like, hey, you can reduce extreme suffering with this simple intervention and nobody is studying it, that's the place where we want to like push hard.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And now let us go to Jason.
I'm a kind of self-taught musician, and I don't know what consonants and those other things are. What I like sad music. I don't know why, but what's a consonant and a dissonant in music?
Yeah. Super simple. Roughly speaking, consonance happens when you put pure tones together that are in an integer relationship to each other. So super simple. If you play a 200 hertz sound, it just sounds like a pure tone. That's neither consonant nor dissonant. It's just pure tone. If you put 200 hertz together with 400 hertz, then you get what's called a harmonic relationship. They're like one is twice as much as the other. And that sounds consonant. There's something pleasing to the ear when you play that. Then you can add more harmonics. You can add 200 and then 400, 600, and so on. And that sounds like even better. It's kind of like an orchestral or kind of this organ sound, and it sounds pleasant. Dissonance happens when you have two pure tones that are very close together. So for example, 200 hertz and 220, if you play them at once, you get this effect that's called a beat pattern. It was going to kind of like sound like whoa, 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 whoa. And like that is going to be distracting. And it's going to have this rattling rough, they call it roughness in music theory. And basically very dissonant sounds usually contain a lot of pure tones that are close together and they're interfering with each other. Whereas very consonant sounds, generally the spectrum is kind of like gracefully arranged such that the big peaks of sound are at integer relationship with each other. And that's why...
Would you say a consonant is the same thing as a chord?
Chords are consonant in a graded fashion. So like minor chords are less consonant and major chords are more consonant.
Okay. Awesome. Sorry for the dumb question.
No, super important.
Interestingly enough, the 110 hertz frequency is the same as the note A2, and 440 hertz is A4, often called concert A. Now, what's also interesting is the way that a lot of modern instruments are tuned. The ratios are not exactly mathematically precise, but they're designed to kind of minimize very jarring dissonances. But there are actually composers like Michael Harrison, for example, that experiment with what's called just intonation, which is tuning an instrument to these kinds of perfect ratios using, say, perfect fifths or perfect thirds, and they find creative ways to get around the dissonances with the other kinds of chords. And I heard this music fairly recently, and it is quite fascinating. It's a different kind of consonance from what a lot of listeners of Western classical music are used to, but it's interesting that there is a school of thought among contemporary composers that is actually trying to explore new consonant relationships, or they think they're old consonant relationships before the equal temperament kind of tuning of many modern instruments. But it is definitely based on these precise mathematical relationships. There's also microtonality, which is also quite interesting because it's also possible to produce sounds in between the sounds that are generated by conventional instruments. So on a piano, you could go a half step between a C and a C sharp to a C half sharp. But with microtonality, it's very easy to lapse into dissonance. It's a lot harder to create something that sounds consonant, though some have tried and some of the results are quite interesting. So that's fascinating to consider as well. Now let's go to Brent for his final remarks.
Sure. And yeah, a couple things. One, just to add what you were saying there, Gennady. I believe that that A4 used to be 432, and then it switched to 440 about 80 years ago or something like that. I don't know how true it is. I heard that it had to do with Joseph Goebbels, but I don't know if that's true. But regardless, Andres, that experiment that you were talking about, or what you're working on to ensure positive psychedelic experiences, sounds really interesting. I'd love to check it out a little bit further. But my concern, and a concern that kind of keeps popping up in my mind in regards to valence and things like that is the benefit of balance and, having that something to compare to. And then also just with psychedelics specifically, for me, I think that like transmutation of experience and allowing things that are, below the surface to come up so that we actually work with them and deal with them. I find that that's really acutely important to get the full effect, and get the growth aspect out of the psychedelic experience. Now, of course, I would think that not everyone wants to do that. So I think that it's really interesting what you're talking about, ensuring a positive experience. But just in regards to valence, like, have you ever thought about, people talk about how people in developing nations are like happier, and it's really anecdotal, and it's like I've heard it 100 times, but I've never actually like seen validated like scientific proof. But I would imagine that if you're born in some really, really, really tough situation and you're eating, meat once a month or every other month, and then suddenly you can eat it once a week or every other week, you're going to have like this, boost of enjoyment, and so it just kind of going back to what I was saying earlier with like this concept of like temporal valence and like this long-term valence rather than just like localized valence. Is this something that you kind of like think about when you're doing these types of projects, or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every concern that you raise is something that we have considered and we take very seriously. And just to address them real quick, like to maximize the therapeutic value of a psychedelic experience when you're dealing with trauma, you will require to bring the trauma to the experience. Now, if you don't bring love when that happens, there is the problem that you can re-traumatize yourself. So the problem is if you bring the traumatic memories, but you don't have like the muscle of like loving kindness or metta or something like that to apply the love to those, you know, that gunky, garbagey representations that are like the trauma is based on, they're not going to heal. And so in that sense, when I say like guarantee a positive psychedelic experience, I don't mean that it's just going to be a perfectly clean, 100% always blissful. I mean that there's always access to these like loving kindness. There's always access to this healing energy. And, you know, from my experience and interviewing so many people, it seems that, you know, it's almost like a something you can model with a differential equation. It's like the actual intensity of your trauma being there, kind of like multiplied times the intensity of the love you're putting into it, is like how much you're going to heal. So in that sense, there's no healing without, some of that coming up again. So that's for sure. But unfortunately, you know, how nowadays it is done in kind of ayahuasca retreats and things like that, my sense is that on average, it traumatizes more than it helps.
I've had really incredible experiences on ayahuasca. I had the luck and, you know, to be able to partake in experiences where it was guided by a psychotherapist with like deep roots in, you know, South American shamanism and stuff. But I vividly remember, you know, one of these experiences, one of the women that were in the circle with us, you know, afterwards we kind of have like a breakdown of the ceremony, and the entire experience, she was in a corner just like hysterically crying and sobbing, and the guide kept kind of like going over to make sure she was all right. And then after the fact, she discussed the fact that she had relived the experience of being raped as a child, and she had to go through this entire experience to like re-imprint it. And, you know, I just worry that like bypassing certain, you know, aspects of this psychedelic experience through these, you know, rudimentary external functionalities that are nowhere near as complex as our own mind, it could, my concern, the biggest concern is that it would re-imprint our own perception of love and happiness. You know, for me with psychedelics in the past, I had strong experiences that led me to perceive, as we spoke earlier, of like this oneness, you know, and this cohesive consciousness through synchronicities interacting with me, yada, 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 you know, woo, woo, woo. But, you know, it flipped on its head eventually. And, you know, I started having some experiences where it seemed like that cohesive consciousness was suddenly like against me. And I could, you know, see that like someone could, you know, through deep psychedelic experience could like re-imprint themselves, you know, to perceive love as something that it's not by like tangling these wires or something like that. And so these are just kind of like far-fetched concerns that kind of arose in my mind.
No, it's huge. I mean, like you get annealing on psychedelics. So like whatever you experience very intensely will feel very true afterwards, which causes delusions of all kind. And I just a word that like, I mean, like if you take DMT kind of like randomly, you may encounter like heaven worlds, but you will also encounter a bunch of random dissonance. And again, I'm not so sure of the benefit of that. If you take DMT after a 2-week retreat where you were meditating on loving kindness every day for like 6 hours or something like that, you will go to heaven worlds very reliably. So like my sense is like, it's kind of this, like just when it comes to love and compassion, like more is better. But like, and I mean it very seriously. It's not only about like, hey, let's do a ritual before a trip and like the trip will be better. I mean, like, let's put in like tens of hours before the trip preparing for it. And that will drastically increase the chances. But just a final word, which is like, for something like healing the trauma of being raped or something like that, I think MDMA is just way better than ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, might just push it to the attractor and might make it worse.
Yeah, I think for me, at least my own experience, ayahuasca has been really helpful at redefining certain things. You know, like for me, I had this month, there was a couple of weeks where it was like my grandfather died, a good friend of mine got horribly, you know, he was killed, and I was with him the day before, and another friend died like the same week. And then my friend who was, you know, murdered and such, his funeral was on the same date that I had an ayahuasca ceremony planned. And so I was really hesitant to kind of follow through because, I know that setting and, all of these aspects are really important. But, it wasn't that I didn't prepare for it. I prepared for it still. I just went into it knowing it was going to be tough. And at this point, I'm appreciative of like stoicism. And so I think that like requiring the psychedelic experience to inherently be positive is in a sense like spiritual bypassing, because I think that it's really important to kind of like transmute these things, and that these psychedelics enable us to, whereas MDMA just makes it kind of like numb to it, and it doesn't help us redefine it. And I mean, MDA and stuff can be a little more psychedelic, but I mean, I think that it definitely helps people who are like disconnected from others, pull themselves out and be able to like interact and experience empathy. But I think that when it's like these more like traumatic personal experiences, I think that like re-imprinting, as Timothy Leary would discuss, and redefining these things, through kind of like going through the fire and like reforging something new with it. At least that's my perspective, and this is all speculative, of course.
Yeah,
but
reforging, it's a good metaphor. I mean, it's the same as neural annealing. And you mentioned stoicism. Just like the last thing on this is that, basically stoicism emphasizes equanimity. And equanimity is very important, absolutely, 100%. But it's paradoxical, because if you have a lot of equanimity on a psychedelic trip, the trip will feel better. So it's actually, you're not escaping the pleasure-pain axis, you're just finding a hack for it. That said, I completely encourage everybody to develop equanimity. Like, have a cold shower and be totally okay with it. Is the same sort of mindset one should approach a heavy psychedelic experience.
Yeah, I feel like for me, with a mistake that I made with psychedelics when I was younger, 10, 12 years ago, was that I felt as though I could rewire my brain to, be at this like higher level of valence, and I felt like by going to, music festivals and things where I was like guaranteed to have a good time, I would improve my base level of enjoyment of quality of life. And I did. I absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, did. But then it was like when things weren't, when I had problems arise, it was much more, it affected me much more because I was used to this, it's the kind of the converse of what Gennady was talking about, where it's like, because you're at this lower base level, you're motivated to do these things, and, issues that arise aren't as crippling. But for me, it was, once I achieved this state of, almost permanent bliss, things that threw me off really threw me off, and it wasn't that they threw me off it was just that I suppressed and bypassed, and, I just kind of wouldn't really deal with it because I would want to focus on like the good. And it felt like, in hindsight, it really didn't benefit me. It created, a bit of a, created dilemmas that I had to deal with. And, I'm stronger for all of it at this point. And so I don't regret it by any means whatsoever, but I do see from my own experiences that there is definitely, a lot of paradoxical nature to this, without a doubt. And so I think that, the dark, it's kind of like goes back to Zarathustra, and the idea that like God is chaos and order. And so then they just inherently worship order, but it's like, what about chaos? And I'm not pushing Discordianism necessarily, but I think that like a healthy balance is helpful.
And it's interesting, in the comments, Mike Lazine says MDMA is like alcohol. Once you come off it, reality is still there with all its problems, but coming off any drug does the same thing. And that's my approach toward it as well. I have two insights about emotional states that I've generally tried to follow throughout my life. One is, one should attempt to perceive and confront reality as closely as possible to the way things actually are. And I understand you brought in Zarathustra, Brent, and that reminded me of Nietzsche, of course. And Nietzsche did remark that if you spend too long staring into the abyss, then the abyss starts staring back into you. So my approach is to recognize that the abyss is there, but stay well clear of it. Move far, far away from the abyss, but know that it's there. Know that it's still a nemesis that needs to be confronted, but choose not to live on the edge. So that's my first principle. And my second principle is that one's emotions should correspond as closely as possible to the reality of one's own life. So If one is objectively in a good situation, one should feel good about that. If one is objectively not in a good place for whatever reasons, whether these are difficulties in interpersonal situations or health situations, or whatever it may be, hardships imposed by the outside world, one should correspondingly feel bad about those aspects, but not bad in a way that is crippling, bad in a way that motivates one to fix that. So one should feel bad about the fact that death is still a reality, or that we are in a pandemic right now. And I really haven't felt like even the description of happiness was appropriate for me to venture into while COVID-19 is ongoing. After the pandemic is over, I may reassess that depending on how humankind emerges from it and the degree of success we have in, let's say, capitalizing on the breakthroughs with mRNA vaccines, other medical advances for perhaps solving other problems, curing other diseases. But right now, my view is the priority in this time is not happiness, it's making it through this time in as good a shape as possible, physically, mentally, in terms of one's material resources. And that's kind of, I suppose, a stance of grim determination, but there it is. So I'm curious, Andres, as part of your closing comments, what you think about that, as well as more generally your thoughts about this wide-ranging conversation that we had, which certainly has been quite fascinating, venturing into everything from consciousness to music, the continuity of the self, and many other topics that I think our viewers found fascinating as well.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's been super fun. It's been a very short 4 hours. Yeah, it's no, it's been great. Really appreciate it. And I mean, let me see, like a couple closing points. It's yeah, I mean, like the whole paradigm of QRI and neural annealing. It's that, you know, chaos is instrumental to actually being in consonant, harmonious states of consciousness, which is why, you know, like neural annealing, you actually need to raise the temperature so that you can become more flexible. And that's where, you know, chaos comes into place, and then cool down. So you end up in lower energy states. In this case, basically makes them more stable and increases longevity. I mean, like, to answer, you know, to address the question of should our emotions correspond with the external world? I mean, I think like functionally, yes, but I do suspect you can have a very high baseline and still be, you know, very sober, so to speak, about like what's actually out there in the world. And, you know, even though I try to be as happy as I can, I'm always cognizant of, you know, hell must be destroyed. There's actually a very big thing that, and death must be destroyed too. They're like very important things to get rid of, and very, very important to be motivated on that. But I mean, broadly speaking, I am an optimistic. I do think that it is possible to do tremendous good for the world while being very happy and having a lot of loving kindness. So I guess that's roughly where I'm pointing to. But, you know, I respect the stoicism of Gennady, and that's admirable in its own way, for sure. Let me see. And yeah, I mean, just because it's new, I don't think I have written that much about it. Please, everybody, buy a bottle of Chanca Piedra. So if you get a kidney stone, 10 out of 10 pain, you can actually get rid of it, you know, within a couple of days. So just that as a final reminder.
Yes, that is fascinating. So just to clarify, this applies to people when they have kidney stones, or can it be used preventatively?
That is fascinating. All that I have read suggests that it's might even be even more effective at preventing. So I actually expect in 5 years from now or something like that, everybody will be taking one pill per week or something like that, just to prevent kidney stones. But it works acutely as well. It gets rid of pain, reduces inflammation, allows you to expel the kidney stones more easily, and it softens the kidney stones, so they're not like very hard. So I would just get a bottle, even if you have never gotten a kidney stone, because the lifetime prevalence is something like 15%, but like if you've never gotten a kidney stone, you could get one tomorrow, right? Like there's no guarantee. Yeah. And I mean, it might not be you. It might be your father, might be your sister, might be your kid.
My brother had one, and I wrote a song about it called "Why Does It Hurt When I Pee?" It's parody. It's pretty funny. But
oh my gosh! Well, get him a bottle of Stonebreaker, Shankapira, and let me know if it works.
I shared a WebMD article about it in the YouTube chat as well for those who are interested. Well, thank you, Andres, for joining us for these past 4 hours and 9 minutes. Now, it's been fascinating, and it's interesting because I think our subjective perception of time was compressed a bit from how 4 hours would typically feel. And that's, I think, quite a compliment regarding the quality of the conversation that we had. So we really enjoyed having you as a guest on this virtual Enlightenment Salon, enlightening in more ways than one. And again, these are the kinds of conversations we hope to promote via these venues. I hope that our viewers will continue to join us every Sunday, mostly at 1 p.m. US Pacific time. Next Sunday, April 25th, we will have as our special guest, Dr. Mary Ruwart, a famous libertarian. She was the runner-up for the 2008 US presidential nomination of the Libertarian Party, and she will speak to us about FDA reform, as well as a lot of the damage that overly stringent, overly precautionary FDA measures have done in preventing people from having access to life-saving medicine. So please join us for that event. And oh, death must be destroyed. I will echo that statement of Andres, and let us hope that death will be destroyed and live long and prosper.